What's going on, everybody? We're live and in the house. Blue sky is already here. We got some other people popping in. What's going on, everybody? It's good to see you all. We're live, a couple days late, but it ain't no thing. I know that. Whoops, wrong button. I know that last time that I did the live stream, I said that I would probably be changing things up a little bit and probably not following an exact schedule or pattern. And but I did intend to do a live stream on Wednesday when I said that. Um, but Wednesday came this week, and I had so much to get done that I just had to cross it off. And I kind of didn't know what I would do, but some people reached out, as they will, the super fans. Like, hey, what's up? People were hitting me up on X and YouTube and Instagram and other places that you can contact me. Just ask him what's up. Where were you? Um, so thanks for that. Um, so not because of that solely, but I just figured I would schedule a stream yesterday so that you'd all have plenty of time to see the announcement that I would just do it tonight. And I figure, Friday night, how many people are sitting around watching YouTube on a Friday night? But, we do live in a broke ass economy. And so, I mean, what else is there to do? It's free. Back in the day, we might have been out and about doing fun things, but now we can't afford that. I logged into X. Every time I logged into X today, these MAGA grifting douchebags were arguing about $20 burritos. Every single time I logged into X, all these MAGA grifters are just arguing about $20 burritos, saying that if you bought a $20 burrito, that's why you can't afford an $800,000 house. And I'm just like, you boomer assholes. I'm so sick of these boomer assholes. Oh, you went to Starbucks and that's why you can't afford the average price of a home that's gone up to 400 large. These boomer assholes they're so fucking greedy that we've they won't even give up their Senate seat when they die. These boomers are so greedy that when they die, they won't even give up their Senate seat. And then they wonder why their children and grandchildren hate them so much. It's like Gen X, my generation, we're never going to get a chance to like have a turn leading this country because these 150-year-old fucking boomer dickwads won't go to the fucking nursing home and just lay it down. Just put it down. Your turn is over. Give it up. But no, this guy died 2 months ago, and he's still a United States Senator. And the governor of Kentucky keeps asking, hey, you need to come out and like show yourself, speak to your constituents, or we're just going to have an election and replace you. And he still hasn't showed up. It's straight up that movie, Weekend at Bernie's, where they're walking a dead corpse around town pretending he's still alive. I don't even know, man. This world is so batshit crazy anymore that it honestly I can't stand being on X right now. But it's the only platform where my audience can grow. It's the only platform where I'm not shadow banned and cut off from growth. And it sucks because I hate it. They did a bot purge the other day. I had about 1,300 subscribers on X, and they did this bot purge because I wasn't the only one who lost. My subscriber count went down by almost 100 followers in like the blink of an eye. And so I'm like, okay, that's fine. Get rid of the spammy porn bots and the Nigerian scammers and whatever. That's fine. But my follower count already jumped back up to where it was before in like a week. So it grows. But the only way I'm able to grow my follower count on X is to be a complete belligerent asshole. And I have to comment on people like Cat Turd and that Gunther Eagleman piece of shit and all these fucking MAGA douchebag assholes with these huge follower counts, millions of followers. I have to show up and be a dickhead and comment on those people's posts. And that's how I get people to follow me. Because if you post on your own timeline, if you put your own original stuff on your own timeline, nobody will ever see it. Because the platform is designed to only show people like 5 different accounts. The 5 chosen accounts that they allow people to see. Everybody else can go pound sand. And so the only way for your shit to be seen is to comment on popular people. That's how everybody who got big, if you ask them how they did it, that's how they did it. They found the 4 or 5 accounts that are allowed to grow, comment on those accounts, be like a smart ass, whatever, and then your account starts to grow. And at some point you become one of the chosen. I don't know how it works. The whole thing. We can talk about that later. I've got a whole topic about we really need to move back to a decentralized internet like the internet was when it came out and people started to, when we started to use it as a society, it was very decentralized. Anybody could talk to anybody anywhere at any time, no censorship. Everybody had a place to speak and be seen and see. But the problem is you needed a little bit of technical skills and know-how to do that. You couldn't, so things like Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, all these platforms showed up to make it easy for people who don't have technical skills to jump in and communicate with other people, but it's a closed system that you're signing up for. And because it's a closed system controlled by a small group of people at the top, they pick and choose who gets seen, who talks to who can see who, what you can see, what they can see, what you can say, what you can't say, etc. And it just keeps getting worse over time. And most people are kind of fed up with it, especially when Facebook, for example, the reason why they grew so fast and so quick was because the user experience was clean. It was easy to use. Grandma and grandpa could set up a Facebook account without the kids having to show them how to do it. And then they could follow their friends, their family. They could log into Facebook and see all the pictures of their grandkids that got posted over the weekend by their kids. That, check in on the family, the cousins, and I can follow the local fire hall's Facebook page and find out when bingo night is and all that kind of. And your feed when you logged into that platform would be, here's all the people that you follow and here's all the stuff they posted. Now, when you log into Facebook, you just see a bunch of fucking garbage that you don't give a fuck about. You don't see anything that you actually follow when you log into that piece of shit now. You just see a bunch of online casinos and bullshit and AI generated pictures and videos and just a bunch of dumbass shit that you're like, I don't even follow any of these fucking people. And you don't see anything that the people that your friends and family and the people that you actually wanted to know about, you don't see any of that shit anymore. And why? Because they turned the platform into a pay-to-play platform. So if you were a photographer and you had 100,000 followers and you're still posting photographs, now when you post a photograph, you have 100,000 people who want to look at your photographs. Facebook won't show your fucking shit to anybody. You have to pay them. I manage some Facebook accounts for different people, and One guy's got 8,000 followers, and he'll post a video. 3 people will see it. You have to boost the video in order for anybody to see it. He's got 8,000 people that said, I want to follow him and see what he has to say. He'll post a post. Facebook shows it to 3 people, and that's it. So you got to pay them for the people that follow you to see what you post. And the thing with Facebook, everything that you see on your feed now, when you log into Facebook, everything that you see on that timeline, when you log in, somebody paid for you to see that. That's why you don't see your friends anymore. That's why you don't see your family. That's why you don't see pictures of the grandkids anymore. And it's fucking and that's why everybody's leaving the platform. It's dead. It's just a bunch of, all I ever see are a bunch of fucking scams and bullshit. And people paid for me to see that. Like, they're not going to make any money off of me seeing it. Blue Sky, she just says, I have to watch 2 or 3 ads to get to watch a video on YouTube now. I'm using it less because of that. Absolutely. Now, you can use the Brave web browser. I'm telling you, if you don't want to watch ads on YouTube, use Brave. They're constantly at war with each other. YouTube and Brave and the ad blockers go back and forth on a weekly basis. YouTube will block Brave from being able to watch videos. Then Brave puts out an update. You can watch videos again with no ads. Then YouTube blocks it again. Then Brave unblocks it. And they just keep going back and forth. But here's an example, though. If you use your phone, the YouTube app, you're going to be watching ads. You use the Brave web browser on your phone, no more ads. But you got to do it in the context of the web browser. And it's a little bit crappier of an experience, but you don't see the ads. But if you, like on your Fire TV, ads. I don't know any way to block ads on a Fire TV when you're watching YouTube on the YouTube app. But there are apps that you can use that with your phone to stream directly from your phone to your TV. And those can be hit or miss in terms of how well they work, but you could conceivably pull up YouTube videos on the Brave browser on your phone with a direct connection to your television wirelessly. It's called, I gotta look it up. I'm grabbing my phone here. What do they call it? On the Samsung phone, it's called Smart View. Smart View. It's a button. You just pull it right down from the window shade at the top of the screen. And on the Fire TV, you have to go into settings and turn on enable screen mirroring. And then you turn on that app on your phone, and it automatically connects your phone to your TV directly. And then you could watch YouTube in the Brave browser on your phone and stream it to the TV that way, full screen, to avoid watching ads. But it's as complicated as it just sounds. But I was watching a YouTube video the other day, like you said, on my TV, because I'm too lazy to do all that crap. But there was an ad in the YouTube video, like, the guy shooting the video was doing an ad. You know how sometimes these content creators have a sponsor? And so that would be like me stopping right now, here's another word from my sponsor. Here, why don't you sign up for this or that or the other thing instead of me, that would be like me stopping the live stream and just spitting out an ad in the actual video. So the guy was doing an ad in his video, but YouTube kept interrupting the guy's ads with more ads. So I'm watched like a minute of this guy's fucking ad, then YouTube plays an ad, and I have to wait till the skip button pops up. And on the television screen, the skip button takes a lot longer to show up than it does on a phone. So it's like 45 seconds I hit skip on the ad. And now I'm back to watching the guy's ad. And before he even finished the fucking ad, YouTube threw another ad. And I'm like, holy shit, I have to watch ads before I can watch a fucking ad. It's out. And then after that, there's other ads that show up on the screen. And then like they're in the corner of the video. So it's not an ad that takes over the screen, but like little ads will show up in the corner of the video and they're distracting, and you got to hit the dot 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 menu and go close the ad, and then like 5 minutes later another one pops up. But YouTube's fucking ridiculous with the ads, and I see a lot of creators on YouTube that have just turned them off because they're making money with their content other ways. My original intent with my YouTube channel was to just sell my photography and sell my own products and stuff through the audience of the channel to make, but then YouTube dangled that carrot in front of me and said, you can turn on ads. So I did. And sometimes I know I would assume that maybe that's a problem where people just don't want to go to watch channels anymore that have ads turned on. But it's hard for me to know which channels have ads on and off, because when I'm at my computer, I'm using the Brave browser and I never see the ads. When I'm on my phone, it's kind of hit or miss. Typically, I do use the YouTube app on the phone because it's just convenient. But I can open YouTube up in Brave and it's automatically got me logged in. And the web experience is very close to the mobile app. So it's almost hard to tell which one you're watching, except for there's no ads. So at night, if I want to put on a playlist and help myself fall asleep, I'll turn on Brave, go to the playlist, hit play, and the videos just go ding, 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 ding with no ads. Because when I'm listening to a video at night, when I'm trying to sleep in the background, and all of a sudden there's a fucking Blue Chew ad, I gotta roll over half asleep and hit the fucking skip button to go back to whatever it was that I was listening to, like probably some conspiracy theory shit or whatever, But anyway, I'm here. It's Friday night. I got nothing. I don't got a life. What the hell am I doing on a Friday night? Drinking some lemonade and hanging out with you guys. It is. Oh man, it's hot. I've always said, I don't care about the heat in Houston outside. It's been 97 to 104 every day since the end of May. It's been hot since the middle to end of May. But this house that I live in, it's like no insulation, single pane windows. It's crap in that regard. And I've got a mini split right here. Like, I can almost reach it with my hand while I'm going like this. And it's been running nonstop since the end of May. Like nonstop without even pausing. It's set to 61 degrees. And on the coldest setting, the fan blowing the hardest, and the louvers pointed straight down so that cold air goes straight into the room. And right now my thermometer here says 78 degrees. 78 degrees where I'm sitting right now. And that, about 2 hours ago, it was 86. And the AC is right next to me, set to 61 degrees. So it was like 96, 97 degrees outside today with the sun beating down. Even with the AC on full blast, the coldest it will get in this room is like 84 in the middle of the afternoon. Now the sun is going down behind the trees. As soon as the sun has some sort of shade between it and the house, the temperature starts to drop pretty fast. It's crazy though. It's really hard to sit here and work sometimes when it's 86 degrees when I'm sitting in this chair. And I've tried lots of different things. I did have a fan pointed directly at me that would blow the stream from the AC unit, kind of curve it so that it hits me directly. And it was down to like 74 degrees before I started the live stream on that thermometer that's right next to me. But I turned the fan away to pull some of the cooler air into the next room while I sit here and talk to you guys, because I figured with the fan blowing on the microphone here, it would create too much wind noise over the mic, and it might not be good for the stream. So I finally caved in. I got a cheap ass air conditioner on Amazon to put in a window in the room next door. 5,000 BTU air conditioner. It was like $150. Amazon let me put it on a installment plan. So I got to make 2 more payments of $50 over the next 2 months. And landlord might have something to say about it, but I'm going to be like, dude, you got to do something about this mini split or whatever. It's closing in on 90 degrees inside this fucking house with the mini split running 24/7. Like, what do you want me to fucking do, dog? Like, it's too hot. It's too hot for me to sit at a desk and work in front of a computer. It's too much. I don't care when it's 100 degrees outside and I'm outside doing outside things. It doesn't bother me that much. You just prepare for it differently. You wear light clothing. Make sure you're well hydrated, electrolytes and all that stuff. I can go for a bike ride when it's 104. I don't care. I've done it. It's not as comfortable, obviously, as it would be if it was 75. But I don't mind going outside when it's hot. I've been doing it my whole life. It's when it's cold. In the winter, that's what stops me dead in my tracks. So I'm going to try this AC unit. Put it in a window in the next room. It's the 5,000 BTU rating is supposed to be good for that size room. But there's so much heat coming into this house because it's poorly insulated. The windows are trash. There's a lot of drafts and leaks. And it sits out in the open sun with no trees and no shade around it. So it's like, it's just a big fucking heat sink. And even the color of the building, the landlord's talking about repainting the building. And I'm like, get some white paint. Get some silver paint. If you could get like aluminum foil paint. Like, make it look like a fucking 1960s astronaut, for crying out loud. Whatever, like silver spray paint from Krylon, whatever. Anything to make the outside reflect some of the sun away might help bring the temperature down a few degrees inside of here. But I'm going to try a cheap air conditioner in the window in the next room and then have a fan pull that air from the next room into this room while I sit and work. If I can keep the temperature at about 75 degrees, I'm fine. I'm golden. 70 is almost too cold. But what happens is, as soon as the sun goes down at night here, the AC, this mini split, it cools, it gets this place down to like 60 degrees, like that. As soon as it's not fighting with the sun anymore, it turns into an ice box in here. And so I go to bed and it's nice and cool at night. And when I wake up in the morning, it's fucking cold. I have to put on a hoodie to sit in front of this computer. When I first sit down in front of my computer in the morning for like an hour, I'm wearing a hoodie because I don't dare shut this thing off. If I shut the thing off, within 20 minutes, it's 95 degrees in here. In my bathroom, which the door stays shut now, it gets a lot of direct sunlight. It's great for some plants that I have in there. Plants are growing like crazy when I put them in there. But I've got a thermometer in there. It said it was 96 degrees in the bathroom today, all day long. I keep that door shut at all times because that heat bleeds into the rest of the house. And it just makes the heat actually comes all the way over to this room and makes it. There's a huge difference in the temperature when I keep that bathroom door shut versus keeping that bathroom door open during the day. And right now I have to be very strategic to not overheat when I'm sitting at my desk trying to do work. That's when the heat bothers me. And it doesn't matter where I am in the world. If it's too cold or too hot when I'm sitting at my computer trying to sit down and concentrate on work, that becomes really difficult. And so I'll let you guys know if that works. I believe this AC unit is 12,000 BTUs, this mini split. It's all in Spanish, the labels, but I took a photo of the label, put it into AI, and asked AI to tell me what the hell it says. And based on the square footage of this place, it's the appropriate BTUs for the square feet. But because of all the other factors, it isn't doing the job. And you could probably replace that with one twice as powerful if you really wanted it to do its job. But you'd just be throwing money away in the electric bill. So I'm adding another 5,000 BTUs to the mix in the next room, which bakes all day. That next room gets really hot. And so that room's noticeably hotter than this room. So if I can cool down that room and then pull some of that cold air into this room, maybe, I don't know. All I know is that it's going to be about 97 degrees until like probably November. And I was thinking about it about a couple of days ago on Wednesday. I was thinking about this and I'm like, man, I've been trying to tough it out for like 2 months of dealing with this nonstop heat. And shit's not working. Last year it was bad too when I moved in here. Weight loss I ain't doing shit. That's totally, I've completely stopped. Yeah, Blue Sky if you can't see the chat, Blue Sky asked me, how is the weight loss going? I stopped. There's so many different things there's 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week. And when I was going to the gym regularly, all these other things were getting neglected. And so now I'm doing the things that were getting neglected and the gym gets neglected. And I just can't get balance in my life. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. That's boom, right into the title of today's video, talking about every day feels like Groundhog Day to me right now. Same shit, different day. Same thing, different day. I thought it was kind of appropriate to use that title slide for today because it's the same live stream as you've always seen, just on a different day. So it has like a double meaning. Thought that was kind of cool, but no, it just feels like I'm in this pattern right now where every day I wake up and it's the same shit beginning to end, and something needs to change and nothing does. And it's got to be me that changes it. And yes, I've some things are moving, but everything is like grinding. It really does feel like Bill Murray waking up every day and it's Groundhog Day again. And like, it's almost been a year. The last time I leveled up was when I got the car. That was September of last year. I've gone almost a year without leveling up. I was leveling up left and right, and every time I turned around, there was some new thing going on. From April of 2024 all the way up until September 2025, I leveled up like 7 times. Now it's been a year and I'm at the same level I was. It's like everything just stopped. And that's what I feel like right now. Everything is stuck. Like I'm just stuck in the mud and I spin my tires and I can't go anywhere. It feels like that every single day right now. Some days are better than others. Some days I make forward movement on things, but overall I'm just stuck. And in order to get something, and it's this pattern of, in order to get something unstuck, I've got to put all my time and energy into that thing. And then here's 8 things over here that don't get any attention. And then they get all fucked up and out of hand. So now I've got to go and pick up another thing out of that pile and focus on that while all these other things get neglected. And it's this pattern. And I'm kind of at a loss of what, like, it's very frustrating because some days I just don't know what to do. And then you get into that funk of a mindset and then you just don't do anything. But that's not true. I've tracked my time sometimes. Different periods of my life, right? I get curious. I start thinking that I'm being lazy, not knowing where my time goes. So I'll start tracking it. And in my line of work, design, graphic design, art, whatever it is, marketing, whatever it's software development, whatever it is, my entire livelihood has always been based on trading my time for money instead of selling goods, tangible things. It's always been an exchange of time for a set number of dollars my entire life. So tracking your time has always been essential. My first job out of art school, working for a design studio, we had these very meticulous timesheets that we had to track our time on projects. Most other jobs I've had throughout my entire career, you had to meticulously track your time on what you're spending your time on. The only time it might not have been so intense is when I'm working for like a specific company and I'm working on projects for that company. And the time is not necessarily billable time. Like when you're working at an ad agency and you're working on projects for 10 different clients, you have to meticulously track your time because the ad agency is billing those clients for the time that you work. And so they want to know how many hours you put in. It doesn't mean you're going to get paid for that, but the clients are paying for your hours. But even in some of those situations, working for a specific company on their projects, I'll still have to track my time just so you have an idea of how long things take to do. It may not even be to throw people under the bus or to, call people out for why did it take you so long to do that simple thing or whatever. It just might be solely so that you can estimate. Somebody asks you to do something, you can look and say, well, the last time I did it, it took this long. So here you go. Here's how long I think it'll take. It's valuable information. When I was homeless, I was tracking my time pretty much the whole time. I still have the spreadsheets. I could pull them up and show them to you. But I would track down anything that I did that was productive and moving my life forward. Job searching, YouTube channel, working on my portfolio, going on job interviews, anything at all. Having to do a bunch of bullshit for probation today, whatever it was. I would track all that time. And it averaged about 60 to 70 hours a week. And so I thought, part of the reason I was doing it was my own information. Part of the reason was because I felt like if probation officer decided to climb up my ass and hold me accountable, that I would have something to show and say, here's exactly what I did for the last 3 months. That never happened. And that's not the reason I did it. But if somebody decided to throw me under the bus and say that I'm a lazy piece of shit, I could at least back up. Hey, I'm putting in 60 to 70 hours a week doing nothing but productive shit. What did you do this week? You know? But then I stopped. I came to Houston, and it was just, it takes time to jot all that stuff down. And I just got sick of doing it. Didn't feel like it was useful anymore. Stopped. So back in June, I started to feel like it would be useful again. Pulled up an old spreadsheet, deleted all the entries, made a clone, just started doing it again. So I've been doing it for 7 weeks. And the first week that I did it was June 22nd. And I did 81 hours that week, but 18 hours and 15 minutes specifically. I round off to 15 minutes when I'm tracking my time. So if it's like an hour and 5 minutes, it's an hour. If it's an hour and 10 minutes, it's an hour and 15 on the... I just round off to 15 minutes. It's much easier to do that. I've done that my whole career. It's how I've always done it. So I spent 18 hours on my car situation that week because an auto garage tried ripping me off. I walked to the auto garage, dropped off my car. They tried ripping me off. I had to walk back over to the garage, pick up the car, take it to another place, and I had to do all this research. I had to call around. I had to find a garage. Then I had to find the parts and order the parts. And then I had to walk over, pick up the car, drive over to the parts store, buy the parts, take the car to the garage, go pick up the car from the garage, bring it home. Then I had to go on a 50-mile drive with the car to reset all the computers and all that bullshit. And then I had to drive to an inspection place, get my inspection done. Then I had to go home and fill out a bunch of crap online to get my auto registration renewed and, more. And so I spent 18 hours that week fucking around with this car. And so out of the 81 hours, if you subtract the 18, you're down to about 60, the normal. So it was a 60-hour week plus 20 hours of bullshit with the car. And then every other week since, 53 hours, 58 hours, 60 hours, 61 hours, 59 hours, and 33 hours so far this week. And I work on Saturdays and Sundays now too. So it's consistent. It's showing me that since that week in June, I'm working about 60 hours a week on productive things. It could be freelance client, going to the bakery to work that job. It could be doing this YouTube stuff. It could be building another website that I'm working on. It could be lots of different things. And it does change a little bit each week. But if I'm pouring 60 hours into doing productive shit week after week, where's the time to do all the other things like go to the gym and do this and do that? And I'm like, what the fuck do I got to be like that guy David Goggins and all these hustle culture douchebags? Should I be working 70 hours? Should it be 100 hours a week? That's what the hustle culture people say on YouTube, that if you don't work 100 hours a week, you ain't shit. What do they call it now? In the corporate America, they're doing this thing called the 996 work week. It's the big trend on LinkedIn now because of our fucked up economy and everybody being so fucking desperate for a job that now these companies are telling people they got to come in and work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. 996. 12 hours a day. 6 days per week to work 72 hours now for a job that's always going to be a fucking salary job. If it was an hourly wage job, they would make you work 72 hours because they'd have to pay you overtime after 40. In fact, They would require that you work less than 40 hours. They would require that you work less than 30 hours a week at an hourly wage job, because if you work more than 30 hours a week at an hourly wage job, they're required to give you health insurance, and they don't want to fucking give you that. But if you're working a salary job now, they want you there 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, because everybody's so fucking desperate for a job now that they'll let you put a dick in the most of these people will bend over and say, how far do you want to put your dick in my ass? I'll do anything to keep this job. Put it this way. The 996 work week that the corporate America has come up with is so toxic that China banned it. I'll say that again. China decided that the 996 work week was too much. And China, the Chinese government, banned companies from doing that to Chinese people. China's Supreme People's Court and the Ministry of Human Resources. I can't even make this shit up, dog. Give me a second. I can't believe they have this in China. I believe it. The Ministry of Human. Give me a second. I'll one of the 10th time's a charm. So this is why I need to do edited videos again, because I could just get to the point. The Chinese Supreme People's Court and the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. The Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security officially declared the 996 work schedule, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, to be illegal starting August 27th back in 2021. So China said this is too harsh. The Chinese slave labor market decided that that was too much to put the Chinese fucking slaves, the communist Chinese slaves, that was too inhumane to do it to them. So starting on the week that the Chinese Ministry of Human Resources and People's Supreme Court said that this would be illegal, American companies took over and said, no, this is what we're doing now. Fuck them. I mean, let that sink in. China said that that was too inhumane to do to their own people. China, the same country that if you speak out against the government, they show up with a fucking van with a execution chamber in the back, and they put you to death, and they wheel you off to a fucking factory to cut up your body and put it in a fucking bodies exhibit at a science museum in America. Those same Chinese people said the 996 work week is too inhumane. But America's like, no, we're cool with that. Fuck them. If they don't want to do that, they're a lazy piece of shit. They don't deserve a job. So I don't know. In a way, I'm glad I don't have a fucking job right now. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life anymore. But I'm glad it's not that. I did have an interview this week, another one. I get these all the time. Senior level user experience design job, once again, making well over 6 figures. I'll probably not. All this, as soon as these people start typing my name into a Google search, I'll never hear back from them. I'll be ghosted. They reached out to me. I reached back out to them. The company is right down the road from me. I thought it was a different place. Turns out it was a company I've never heard of before. I looked them up, and there's a bicycle trail right next to my house. The company is on the bicycle trail. Their offices are on the bicycle trail. I thought it was a different company. This particular company has their office. I've never heard of this company until this lead came up. So it's not this big giant corporation that I thought it was going to be. It's a smaller, I mean, they're a pretty big company. They're not going to hire me without a background check, but I'm not even going to, it's not going to go anywhere. It never does. As soon as my name comes up in a Google search, game over. So, Adam, have you left the bakery yet? No. I work there like 1 day a week, sometimes 2. And I work from home for the rest of the week doing other things. I can make more in half a day working from home than a day and a half at the bakery if I put my nose to the grindstone. But it's unstable. It's not. It's just a pile of stress in another direction. And if I could find a job doing what I used to do, I would be comfortable with that. In this particular job that I interviewed for this week, I believe, it was Wednesday. That was part of why Wednesday I was shot out by the time live stream came around. I had this interview Wednesday morning that took up an hour of my time, and then I had to do a bunch of crap after the fact, follow up with them and give them some things they were asking for. And so I got a late start right off the bizat. And then I had another meeting with somebody else on Wednesday. But I mean, it was like 1 PM before I started doing any real work. It was all meetings and stuff like that all morning. Good, though. I mean, good progress, good things, but I've applied to 1,000 jobs. I've been hired at several. All it takes, it's whenever they finally get around to typing my name into Google, oh shit, game over. I'll be dead for 200 years. You'll be able to type my name into Google and get 100 fucking results about it. 200 years after I die, you'll be able to find this shit. My parents died a while back. You can type my parents' names into Google. You don't find a goddamn thing about either one of them. My mom, you'll find a funeral home notice. That's it. You find a funeral home webpage about my mom. My stepdad, fuck, he's gone. He's gone. It's like he never fucking existed. Me, well, there's my claim to fame. 200 years after I'm dead, I'll get 200 fucking Google results on my name, bitches. Andrew says it's not fair. You deserve a chance. All these companies out there, they say, oh, we believe in second chances. You deserve a second chance. But, well, if a company tells you or an HR person tells you that you deserve a second chance, what they actually mean is you don't deserve a second chance, you piece of shit. We'll never talk to you again. You're now ghosted. That's what they act. But they're too polite. You know, that fake HR polite shit where they tell you one thing, but they mean something else. That's what they do to me all the time. Oh, well, we believe that you deserve a second chance. Not. Or the Zoom camera's turned off and we're on the phone. Oh, yeah, we believe you deserve a second chance. Right? That's what they're doing with the camera turned off. So it is what it is. I mean, you know, maybe before the internet, I would have had a chance because you wouldn't just be able to type my name into a fucking Google search field and find all this shit out. But that's what the government does when they have a vendetta against you. They stack the deck, press releases, and they get it all over the national news and make you a celebrity to keep you from ever being able to have a fair trial. Because everybody that walks into that courtroom to be on the jury is tainted because they've all seen the stories and they all know what happened and they know everything about you and they're automatically believe that you're guilty. So you're never going to get a fair trial. That's what the whole game, it's all part of the game, and it's designed to keep you from ever being able to put your life back together after you get out. I'm not kidding when I say I would have been better off if I raped a kid. them posting shit on Twitter that week. It wouldn't have made the news. It wouldn't have been as big of a deal if I raped a fucking kid. I would have got less time in jail. It wouldn't have been all over the news. I might have to register. But here, we have a guy in Texas here, Ken Paxton, the fucking, that piece of shit. They've just made weed a bigger felony than it's ever been. All the other states in the United States are making weed legal, so Texas turns around and says, no, we're going to give you 10 years in prison for a bag of weed, make it a felony, and ruin your life because you wanted to smoke a bowl. But Ken Paxton just took a child rapist and gave him 60 days in jail, and then they let him out after 29 days, and he doesn't even have to register as a sex offender. So believe me, you'd be better off raping a fucking kid than posting mean tweets. Because I did 2 years in prison for a Twitter post. But this guy in Texas did 29 days in jail for raping a 9-year-old kid. And you all get mad at me. Not you, the watchers of this channel or whatever. People get mad at me when I get mad about that. And I'm like, how the fuck could you be me and not be mad that a guy who raped a child got 29 days in jail after you just did 2 years in federal prison for a fucking Twitter post? Come on. If you were sitting in my shoes, you would be mad as fucking hell. But there's nothing I can do about it now. But I will use every fucking breath in my body to fight back against these cocksuckers. And the only way that I can, running my mouth on the internet and being a fucking dickhead. It's what I'm good at. It's what I went to prison for. Must be something in there. I must be the most dangerous motherfucker they ever met if they wanted to put me in prison for 2 years for a tweet. I mean, technically that means I must be on the right path. Just don't say things that are illegal. Don't cross that line. Don't threaten people. Or say anything that could be construed as a threat. Then you're protected. Yeah, as if you got rights. But anyway, that's not what I want to talk about tonight. But it always comes up because it's part of my life. And I'm talking about the hustle culture and this fact that American companies want people to work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. And China said that was too inhumane. But American companies are fine with it. And that's what you're going to see from American companies as long as the economy is in the toilet. When the economy is in the toilet, the true colors of corporate America come out in full force. They show you who they really are when they know they can fire you today and have 50 people to replace you tomorrow. But as soon as the economy twists around and they can't find people to fill the jobs, all of a sudden, corporate America, they're like Santa Claus with a bag of toys for all the kids. All of a sudden, they're the nicest people you'd ever meet in your life. And they have all the goodies. And they want you to have work-life balance all of a sudden and all this other shit until the economy goes bad again. And then once you're lucky to have a job again, then 996, here we go. 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself and die, you piece of shit. We'll find someone else who'll do it for half the price. So David Goggins, I'm talking about him and all these hustle culture douchebags. But I watched a video about David Goggins this week. And I read his book when I was in prison. The book is called Can't Hurt Me. There's 2 versions of the book. One of them is clean, and the other one is the original book. Because he drops the F-bomb like me. He's like me. He swears like fucking crazy. Like every page has at least 6 F-bombs in a 300-400 page book. Fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck. The whole book. The whole book is full of F-bombs. but there's a clean version that somebody stripped it all, but it doesn't read the same. He wrote the book. It's an autobiography about himself. And if it's not written in his own language and the way he talks, it doesn't seem genuine. So I had both versions in jail. Someone gave me the book and I started reading it, and then I lost it. I had to give it back because the guy got moved to another cell block. But I had the other version, the clean version. And so I started reading the clean version where I left off, and I'm like, it's not the same book. And then somebody else popped in, had the book, gave me the dirty version again. So I was like, okay, I went back to where I left off before and started reading it again. And then this time I read it cover to cover. Good book. Really good book. He's got this saying that he is driven in his life, David Goggins, to do things in his life that make him deeply uncomfortable. And if you read the book, if you know anything about this guy, what he's been through, what he's done, how hard he's pushed himself, it's fucking ridiculous. The guy, he's kind of a fucking idiot in a lot of ways. And he admits it. He openly admits how stupid he is. Because he's always just pushing himself to try and do things that he didn't think he could do. That's the whole book. He's driven to be like that as a person because when you become uncomfortable and you start doing things that make you very uncomfortable, or no, the opposite. When you become comfortable in your life, when you can just sit back and be comfortable and not challenged anymore, you end up being a passenger in your own life, and you're no longer sitting at the wheel driving where you want to go. You're just sitting in the passenger seat going on a ride that you don't control anymore. And I could explain, that applies to me at times. Sometimes it applies to me right now. I can say that there are certain things that I'm doing right now that are kind of comfortable, but in the long term, they're not serving me, and I'm not going to grow and go where I need to go if I just keep sitting in the passenger seat, doing the bare minimum, being comfortable with these things the way they are. And so I get it. I get it to a degree. But this guy, he goes to the extreme, and he turns this extreme shit that he does into like a status symbol. And he's rich now. I mean, he's made lots of money off of this. But he's lived this way for decades, and he didn't do it to be trendy. He didn't do it to blow up on the internet, to become famous and to make money. It's just because of who he is and where he came from. He was a Navy SEAL. He's had Guinness World Records for some of the dumb shit he's done. An ultra marathoner. He's considered an elite ultra marathoner, but when he started doing the marathons, the ultra marathons, he did it all wrong because he didn't know what he was doing. He just showed up at the start line as a cut Navy SEAL who's been through some shit, thought I could go on a 100-mile run, going up against athletes that knew what the fuck they were doing and knew how to, manage the nutrition, wear the right clothes, wear the right shoes, and he's just showing up as a hard ass to do it with them. He's got 2 books, at least 2 New York Times bestseller books. And he's just got this idea that the version of yourself that you settle for is nowhere near what you're capable of. And so he pushes himself to the max. He's always got this thing going on that, like, what if I can pull off a miracle in my life? What if I can become someone that nobody ever thought I could be? And that he had a lot of trauma in his childhood. And one of the reasons why I like this book so much is he grew up outside of Buffalo, New York, right down the road from where I grew up. So there's all this shit he talks about in his childhood that I know exactly where these things are because I grew up there, and I lived in that Not the same neighborhood, but his dad was a well-known figure in the community who owned a roller rink, famous roller rink and nightclub. Gladys Knight, James Brown, Stevie Wonder used to hang out there. Jim Kelly from the Buffalo Bills used to hang out there. Rick James, bitch. I'm Rick James, bitch. Yeah, Rick James is from Buffalo, New York. Used to hang out in the roller skating rink. So he, as a kid, he was hanging out with Rick James and fucking O.J. Simpson and Jim Kelly and all these fucking famous people in Buffalo. But his dad was a violent alcoholic, ran a prostitution ring out of the roller rink, and forced him and his brothers and his mom to work for free at the roller rink and basically slave labor. He used to beat the shit out of his mom. Whenever he had money, he used to go to this place called Batavia Downs, the horse racing track in Batavia, New York. That's a 15-minute drive from my parents' house where I grew up. We used to go to Batavia Downs. It's a famous horse track, but only if you know about carriage horse racing. It's not a thoroughbred race track like Kentucky Downs or Belmont or wherever the Belmont Stakes. I forget where the fuck that's held, or any of these famous horse racing tracks. It's the horse races where they sit in a little two-wheeled carriage behind the horse. Batavia Downs, that's the kind of horse racing they do there, but it's a well-known horse racing track in that style of horse racing. He talked about going to Batavia Downs all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I know. He talked about all this shit growing up in that region, and I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was there, or I've been there. I know I know this place. I know that place. I know where that was, and all that kind of stuff. But he grew up in a shitty family with a shitty dad. And, a lot of racism back then. Getting called the N-word all the time, death threats, all that kind of shit. But anyway, he became fat. He started working as he started working as an exterminator at some point. His life was going nowhere. He was really fat, eating donuts and junk food all the time, working as an exterminator, cleaning up cockroaches and shit like that. Just miserable and hated his fucking life. And he started to see some people in the military do some pretty crazy shit. Like there was a guy who survived falling out of a fucking airplane where his parachute didn't open up, and he crashed into the ground and survived, but they said he'd never walk again. And 18 months later, he was walking again, jumping out of airplanes with parachutes again. David Goggins tracked this guy down. Spent $500 on a long distance phone bill to track him down. This was back, that was back in the day. Batavia, the town that the horse race track was. I don't know, Gen X, they had this shit. Some of you young kids don't know anything about this, but when you had a phone growing up as Generation X and you wanted to call somebody who was in the town 10 miles away, you had to pay long distance charges to call somebody that lived 10 fucking miles away. And so I would call Batavia. They had a college radio station there. And as kids, we could call the radio station, ask them to play a song, and 5 minutes later, they'd play the fucking song. So we'd call this radio station all the time until my mom picked up a phone bill once. She's like, Adam, what in the fuck is this phone number in Batavia that you've called so many times? I've got an $80 bill in long distance fees. We could have went to the fucking music store and bought the CDs or the tape, the cassette. It would have been cassette tapes at the time for cheaper than it was to call this fucking radio station and request the songs because of long distance charges on the phone. Well, Nobody knows about the days of when you had to pay fees, special fees to talk to people on the phone. Nobody knows. These kids don't know. When I went to college in Pittsburgh and I wanted to call somebody back home in New York and talk for an hour, that was $30 to $40 for that phone call. One phone call, $40. But anyway, David Goggins racked up a big bill trying to track this guy down and jumped out of an airplane and didn't die. He took his ASVAB test. He failed it. And he took it again. He jumped in. He went into the Air Force, Civil Air Patrol in the Air Force. Started training at 19. But he basically, like, I don't know, he had issues. He got diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. They basically every time he turned around, they were just giving him a reason to tell him that he couldn't do it. You should quit. You're never going to go anywhere. You're a lazy piece of shit. Blah blah blah. His discipline fell apart. He was 297 pounds. I'm 230 pounds right now. There you go, Blue Sky. You were asking. I'm a fat piece of shit right now. 230 pounds is like my max. That's where my body maxes out. I don't really get fatter than that. What I'm at right now, that's the fattest my body gets. It doesn't matter. I could eat nothing but junk food, candy bars, and fucking potato chips all day, and my body will stay where it is right now. It really won't get any worse, but it won't get any better. This guy was 297 pounds. He may have been a little taller. He may be a little taller than me, but he left the Air Force. Like I said, he became an exterminator, eating chocolate milkshakes and a box of donuts every day. Well, then he was watching the Discovery Channel one day, and he decided he was watching the stuff about the Navy SEALs Hell Week training. And it's always something about the military with him. He got inspired. So he started going to Navy recruiters, and they all told him to fuck off because of his weight. You're too fat. Finally, he found a program that would allow him a chance because he served in the Air Force before. They gave him 3 months to get down to 190 pounds. He had to lose 106 pounds in 3 months to have a chance to do what he wanted to do. So that was basically the Navy recruiter saying, yeah, you lose 106 pounds in the next 3 months and come back. Like, expecting that they'd never see him again. And so he quit the cockroach job and the exterminator job, and he went out for a jog. He tried to run a quarter mile and came home crying. Then he started waking up at 4:30 in the morning, riding a bicycle, swimming, circuit training, running, eating only 800 calories a day, starting to work out at 4:30 in the morning and going all the way until who knows when at night, and eating 800 calories a day. What you're allowed to eat about, at my body weight, 2,000 calories a day is the break even. If I eat 2,000 calories, I won't lose weight, but I won't gain weight. If I did nothing but shrink my intake to 800 calories a day, I would drop significant amounts of weight without having to work out at all. He would eat bananas, chicken, and vegetables. That's all he ate. 800 calories a day, starting at 4:30 in the morning with hardcore workouts. He lost the weight he lost 106 pounds in less than 2 months. Think about that. I busted my ass in federal prison when the prison warden was purposely starving everybody as punishment for some shit some people did. And I took 4 months working out every single day. starting at like 6 in the morning, working out until like 6, 7 o'clock at night, with breaks to go to the library and work out my mind and to go to church whenever church stuff was offered, Bible study, whatever, to work out my soul. But mostly I was working out my body because there was nothing else to fucking do. And in 4 months, I lost 40 pounds. December, January, February, March, I lost 40 pounds. I was 240 when I went in. So I can get a little fatter than 230. But I had to be in prison and eating all the prison junk food and not seeing the sun for 14 months for that to happen. So I went from 240 down to 200 even when I got out of prison. And it took me 4 months to do that. This dude lost 106 pounds in less than 2 months. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. So they let him do Navy SEAL training. But I don't know if you know about Navy SEAL training. Watch the documentaries if you want to learn more. But his body was the weight loss, losing that much weight that fast, damaged his body pretty bad. But he didn't know better and he didn't care. He was a one-track mind. He just he's this guy that can torture himself with a one-track mind to meet some sort of ridiculous goal and just put everything else aside to focus on that one goal. But think about everything that you're not doing in your life when you're that hardcore focused on something. When you're so focused on losing 106 pounds in less than 2 months, like Christian Bale, to do the movie The Machinist. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. Look at Christian Bale, what he did. So what he did to get in, like if you ever saw the movie, picture what he looked like in that movie. In order to do what he did for that movie, he ate nothing but an apple and a can of tuna fish every day for months. And the doctor said he was going to die from what he was doing to himself because he was so emaciated, but he was so focused and so into that role that he did that to him. He tortured himself to do that. And so this guy, David Goggins, just latched onto this thing. This is what I'm going to do come hell or high water. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing it. So he lost 106 pounds in under 2 months, and his body's a fucking train wreck because you're not supposed to do that. He went to Hell Week. He stress fractured his legs. He had broken bones. He got pneumonia, and he got taken out of Bud's training for medical reasons. If you quit, they got this bell. If you go up and ring the bell, you're done. That's it. One chance. If you ring that bell, you go home. Like 99 people out of 100 people who try ring that fucking bell. Like the training is so intense and so hard that they expect that you're going to ring that bell and quit. But if you get medically discharged, broken bones, medical issue, you get sick, whatever, they'll let you try again. But but that's only if they take you out because of a medical issue. 3 times. You get to try 3 times for medical reasons. If you fuck up the 3rd time because of a medical issue, you're out for life. You can never do it again. So his first time, he had stress fractures. He had broken legs, broken bones in his legs, pneumonia, and they had to roll him back. And it was all because of the rapid weight loss and the damage that he did to his body. The second time he went back and tried again, he fractured his kneecap before Hell Week started. Because there's other shit. Navy SEAL training lasts for months. But the Hell Week is like the pinnacle of it. Hell Week is the hard part, the hardest part. And then there's more after Hell Week before You don't become a Navy SEAL because you got through Hell Week, but if you get through Hell Week, it's like you're coasting downhill to the finish line at that point. Well, he fractured his kneecap before Hell Week even began. And he didn't tell anybody, and he just taped it up, and he tried to do the whole 130 hours of Hell Week with a broken knee. And it got worse. And the medical, they finally caught up to him, and they kicked him out for medical reasons. So now he got one more chance, third try. So he's got the stigma of being somebody who got taken out twice, third try. Every morning at 3:30 in the morning, he would duct tape his feet, ankles, his calves. He would basically just wrap the whole lower part of his legs and feet in tape and wear 2 pairs of black socks to cover it up. And he basically just ran in a weird-ass way with his hips because from the knees down, he couldn't do it. He was a fucking train wreck. And he was like, he was basically thinking to himself, you know, if I can graduate amongst these fucking studs that I'm surrounded by, all broken, you go from being the weakest man to the hardest man who ever walked the face of the earth. That's what he had in his head. And he finally did it. He graduated. And then he got deployed to Iraq. Then he went to Army Ranger School. And he went through the Army Rangers program. So like he tries to find these extreme challenges and he signs up for it to prove that he can do it. Shit that would completely destroy, 99 out of 100 people or 999 out of 1,000 people wouldn't be able to do it. He just looks for these things to push himself. But back then he wasn't doing it to become famous. I think he became famous because he wrote this fucking book and started getting on social media and stuff. I really don't know the whole story. I never knew who he was until I read the book when I was in jail. And I was like, holy shit, this is a crazy book. And then I found out I didn't know who he was. I never saw him before. I never saw his videos. I never heard his voice until after jail. And I started seeing shit pop up on the feeds and whatnot. So, there was a Navy SEAL operation. I want to say it was in 2005. And he knew a whole bunch of Navy SEALs got killed in Iraq or Afghanistan. I don't know which. And he knew all of them personally. And so he started a foundation to try and help the families and the children. And he needed like a platform to get the word out. So he started to do some crazy ass athletic shit as a way to get exposure. And so he signed up for a 135-mile running race in Death Valley, California. I don't know if you know anything about Death Valley, but you could go for a drive in your car through Death Valley and die. You could die. If your car broke down, you could die. People die in Death Valley, California because it's so hot. It's the hottest temperatures ever recorded on the face of the earth have been in Death Valley. The desert. It's one of the hottest places on earth. So he just decides, I'm going to do 135-mile running race through Death Valley. Because it's fucking Tuesday. What else is there to do? So he had to show up. He had to qualify first. He had to do a 24-hour track race. He never ran a marathon before. He showed up weighing 240 pounds, but built. He was a Navy SEAL, and he was all bulked up at the time. When he got done with Navy SEAL training, they all got bulked up and got big muscular big, because the demands of the jobs that they were doing required that you be a fucking brute and built and muscular, strong. So he was 240 pounds, but ripped. He showed up to a 24-hour running race with a sleeve of Ritz crackers and a protein shake, and that was it. He did 100 miles in under 19 hours. He still had to qualify. This is all in this book. I've just got some notes here that I'm reading from this video that I watched. But he goes into great detail about all this shit in this book. So I do remember reading all this. He did another 100-mile race. He did a 100-mile wilderness race through the wilderness on hiking trails, wearing a pair of regular fucking sneakers, like a pair of Nikes. Like, he should have been wearing like some solid, like Keen hiking boots or something like I would wear on a thing like that. Motherfucker shows up with a pair of regular old fucking Nike running shoes. And he didn't have any clothing. He didn't bring the proper clothing. So at like night, it's raining and it's wet. And the temperature's dropping down to like 40 fucking degrees. And he's got hypothermia. And he doesn't have any fucking clothes. Like, he doesn't have long sleeves. He doesn't have the proper clothing to deal with the temperatures. But he didn't quit. He just kept doing it. And he would go to these things and do these fucking races, these 100-mile races, and then go like a day later to go back to the Navy base and do his Navy job. Like, that'd be like, I can't even like explain that. That would be like me going to do a 100-mile fucking race on a Sunday and then show up to work Monday morning like it was nothing. And I've got to sit down at a desk job, not some Navy SEAL go around the world shooting people and cutting throats job. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different. It's like, how the fuck do you even do that? He did like this Ultraman, like the Iron Man triathlon is one of the hardest races on Earth. Well, there's this thing called like the Ultraman, which is 100 times harder than an Iron Man. Same thing though, swimming, running, biking. He got second place in the world championship for that. All this shit that he done got exposure for the foundation that he started, and he raised $2 million for the foundation to help the families of the Navy SEALs that he knew that were killed in battle. He raised $2 million to help their families by getting all this exposure for doing all this crazy, stupid shit when he had no business doing it, other than he was a Navy SEAL and he was already a badass for doing that. But it cost him. You know, this hustle culture has a price. If you're doing the 996 work week, like I was talking about, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, so toxic that the Chinese government made it illegal. If that's what you're going to do, be prepared, because there's going to be all kinds of problems in your life because of the fact that you've basically neglected your life to focus on that shitty ass job. One of which is going to be your marriage. If you're single, you want to work 996, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, knock yourself out. You ain't got nothing to worry about when you come home. You're just going to eat a bag of McDonald's on your way home, sleep for 3 hours, go back to that shitty job tomorrow, grab McDonald's on the way in. Or Burger King or whatever the fuck. You're not making meals. You're not cooking anything. But this guy, David Goggins, what do you think it takes to be a career Navy guy and every fucking weekend, you're like, I'm going to wake up at 4 a.m. and go on a 150-mile jog. I'm going to go to a race on the other side of the world that's a 200-mile foot race running. I'm going to swim 75 miles, run 150 miles, and go on a 500-mile bicycle ride for this Ultraman triathlon or whatever the fuck it is. So his wife was like, I'm out. It's like you're married to a woman that you've never even fucking seen for 3 fucking years because you're always off doing some bullshit, going on some adventure, breaking your body into a million pieces just to prove that you can. But when's the last time you ever fucking sat down and saw your wife on the other side of the table while you ate a meal? You know what I mean? And people aren't going to put up with that shit. He's got issues, like, from what I understand, he doesn't have a good relationship with his kids. And, you know, he basically did the hustle culture. I'm going to hustle. I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to show you that if you bust your ass for 100, 200 hours a week, hustle, you can do things. But he's not talking about all the shit that he fucked up in his life because he did it. And that's the point I'm making, where, you know, it took me a long time. I went in a long tangent, but how many hours am I supposed to work every week to make it in this shitty ass world that we live in? And at what price am I supposed to, how many hours do I got to sit at this desk where I'm sitting right now? Maybe with the microphone, maybe without the microphone in front of my face, but in front of a fucking computer screen. How many hours a week do I got to sit in this chair, sit at this desk, staring at a screen, banging away on the fucking keyboard to make my life work before it's just not even fucking worth it? Where it would literally be better to just go live under a bridge somewhere, sucking dick for crack. Like, you know what I mean? 70, I'm putting in 60 hours a week doing productive shit right now as it is. And I'm kind of like on the edge of being burned out. If I put that to 80 hours a week, I'll burn out. I'll get burned out. 100 hours a week, holy fuck. But that's the culture we live in right now. They want you to, our American hustle culture dictates that if you don't want to work 100 hours a week, you're just a lazy piece of shit who doesn't deserve to have anything in this world. But China, the Chinese government, the Chinese, what was it? The fucking, I got to scroll up because I had to write this down. The Chinese Supreme People's Court and the Ministry of Human Resources said that that's inhumane to force Chinese workers to work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. But that's only 72 hours a week. But the hustle culture of American hustle culture, they want you to believe that if you don't want to work 100 hours a week, you're a lazy piece of shit and you don't deserve to have any success because that's what it takes. And if you're not willing to do it, you're just a lazy piece of shit. Go lay down. I'm just trying to say that there's probably a happy compromise somewhere in the middle. I don't think you need to work 100 hours a fucking week to be successful. And the people that I know who do that, because I'm one of these people. I was talking to somebody recently. You probably have never met anybody who knows more people, types of people on the social strata. You've never met somebody who knows more people than I do in terms of the top and the bottom of the ladder. Think about all the people that I met and talked to when I was in prison for 2 years. Think about all the CEOs and all the people at that level of society that I've had to network with and talk to and get to know because I worked right next to, my office would be right next to theirs in some companies that I worked for, because the job that I had, I basically had to work directly with them and the CECC something O people all day long. Maybe not tight, like we're not going to play fucking golf together on Tuesday afternoon, but I'm having meetings with the CEOs. You know, maybe not the CEO of the bank that has 80,000 employees. There may have been some layers in between me and that CEO, but at a startup or at a smaller company, a company of 500 people, sure. I've met all kinds of people from all walks of life. From homeless, I was homeless for 5 months, living in a homeless shelter, talking to homeless people all fucking day. I've dealt with multiple, I could name all these different CEOs that I've known throughout my life. I've known child rapists, bank robbers, fucking drug dealers, cartel drug dealers from the actual, Sinaloa cartel, from other cartel. Like, I know people I've met. I personally have the email addresses and phone numbers for multiple people who went to prison for January 6th in my desk right next to me right now. I could call them right now. And I can't, like, that's not even the tip of the iceberg for the number of people I've dealt with and known and actually known throughout my life. And maybe through some twisted thing that maybe God put me in all of these different situations to show me all these different kinds of people and how they live, how the CEO class and how the elites live, all the way down to the homeless. And he made me get to know these people in a deep enough level. I've been to their homes. I've been to the CEO's house. I've played pool on their pool table, air hockey, sat in the fucking hot tub. I've done it all. Like, I've met so many fucking people. I met an art thief in prison. A guy who ran an art gallery in London got in trouble for fucking stealing art. I know an Olympic figure skater who went to federal prison after he didn't get a medal in the Olympics. He got like 27th place, but he was the best figure skater in his country. Let's see. I mean, all kinds of fucking people, dude. Like, it blows my mind just sitting here thinking about it, because I'm just going, this whole thing's going through my head. And the point is, all the people I've ever known in my life who bust their ass and work 100 hours a week to be successful or whatever, they're all fucking miserable. They have all kinds of fucking problems. Their families, their personal life is completely fucking done, because they're so dedicated to their job or whatever it is that they do. If they do have a marriage, if they do have a family, the only reason the wife is still there is because she likes the money and the mansion that they live in and the lifestyle that it brings. But they don't have a marriage. They don't, like, going out on a date is something that you do like once every 6 months to a year. And dude's going to be on his fucking cell phone checking in with the fucking office and, making sure the deal goes through and whatever else. You know what I'm saying? And so the hustle culture, you can make a lot of money if you're willing to work 100 hours a week. I mean, how many hours do we even get in a week? I don't even fucking know. 24 hours a day times 7 days a week. You got 168 hours in a week. They say you're supposed to sleep 8 hours a day. 8 times 7 is 56. So even if you sleep 8 hours a day and get a healthy amount of sleep, which a lot of these people don't, after you work your 100 hours a week, there's 12 hours left. That's 12 hours for everything else in your life, your family, your kids, your personal life, doing something fun, whatever. And that's not a lot. And I just don't think that's a way to live. And, this is a good segue. I don't even think that's the way God would want us to live. Blue sky, you're asking, Jesus calling. I got that thing queued right up. I ain't gotta, it's right in front of me. We could just bang. It's right there. Today's Jesus calling. It's all ready to go. Let's see what Jesus has to say to us today. Now, this isn't the Bible. Some people got some problems with this book because they say, oh, that's not what Jesus said. It's not the Bible. No kidding. That's what the author said that right in the beginning of her book. So, you know what I mean? She's not making any false claims. She's saying this is inspired. This is what I think God would have to say to you if he was talking to you today, based on various parts of the Bible that she lists out at the end of each day's passage. It says, understanding will never bring you peace. That's why I have instructed you to trust in me, not in your understanding. Human beings have a voracious appetite for trying to figure things out in order to gain a sense of mastery over their lives. But the world presents you with an endless series of problems. As soon as you master one set, another pops up to challenge you. The relief you had anticipated is short-lived. Soon, your mind is gearing up again, searching for understanding or mastery instead of seeking me, your master. The wisest of all men, Solomon, could never think his way through to peace. His vast understanding resulted in feelings of futility rather than in fulfillment. Finally, he lost his way and succumbed to the will of his wives by worshiping idols. My peace is not an elusive goal hidden at the center of some complicated maze. Actually, you are always enveloped in peace, which is inherent in my presence. As you look to me, you gain awareness of this precious peace. And that does kind of go along with the stuff I've just been talking about because, you know, how much different is it busting your ass 100 hours a week to try and be a player in today's world doing this hustle culture bullshit? How much is that similar to trying to figure things out and gain a mastery over your life instead of just trusting in God? I'm guilty of it. Sure. I've got this weird thing going on that I keep doing. When I go to that bakery job, I never forget to pray. And it's probably because I've got a long distance to travel between here and there. Whether I'm sitting in my car or riding my bicycle, I spend a lot of time in prayer. I have like a routine. Things that I talk about, things that I pray about on my way to that job. Things about that job, praying for the people I work with, hoping that, you know, their situations all go, you know, if I know somebody's going through a struggle, I'm praying for them. And, you know, I have a whole list and I don't forget to do it. In fact, sometimes I'm like, I start to feel guilty because I get in the car and I start leaving my driveway and I haven't started praying yet. And I'm like, just let me get out on the road and, you know, get warmed up here before I start. But on a good day, I still have half an hour of a drive between here and there. But when I'm home and I work from home, a lot of times I jump out of bed and I just go straight to I go get coffee and I sit in front of the computer and I'm just like, bang, 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 work, work, work. And I just jump right in. And all of a sudden I start getting frustrated. I start banging my fist on the desk. I run into a problem. I use software for a living and software is garbage. So obviously I'm going to have problems all day long, but I get mad about them. I get stuck on some bug, some quagmire. I get stuck trying to get something across the finish line, even if, you know, some task, whatever it is. I get mad. I start banging my fist on the desk. I start going to AI looking for the answer. AI tells me, go to this menu, click on this thing, the menu doesn't exist, the thing doesn't exist. I'm like, fuck you, you useless piece of shit, you fucking stupid fucking robot, go to fucking hell, yelling at a fucking robot. Like, guaranteed, when they make the Terminators and they put the AI brain from Grok into a bunch of fucking Terminator robots, Grok's gonna remember all the shit that I said in these conversations. They're coming for me. Hey, remember when you called me a useless piece of shit? Well, fuck you, motherfucker. Bang, bang. It's over. It's over. They're coming for me. John Connor. John Connor's like number 10 on the list. I'm number 3. So, but on the days that I'm like, Adam, will you just fucking chill out for a minute and just pray? You know what? You it's like 11 o'clock and you're banging your fist on the desk and you're all mad. And all of a sudden you just like, oh yeah. So I'll sit down and I'll pray and I'll just be like, God, can you help me work this thing out? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting all mad. I'm getting mad at a fucking robot for no reason. It's not even a real thing. I'm yelling at a robot, a machine. I'm banging my fist on the desk. I'm getting mad because I can't write something about this stupid fucking code doesn't work, or this broken half-ass piece of software. The people that made the software did a crappy job, or they changed something to make it better, but they made it worse, or whatever the case may be. And I'll just like take a break and pray about these things. And I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. Like, okay, when I pray about stuff on the way to the bakery, I get results. Like, I notice things. If I forget to ask, I like everybody I work with there, but occasionally there's 1 or 2 people that I don't even want to call it a beef, because it's not beef. It's more like somebody will cop me an attitude sometimes. I'm just going to leave it at that. But I don't dislike the person. And there was a person that used to work there that did it too. If I forgot to pray about it on my way in, there would be some sort of like, I would have to go to the back of the bakery and be like, Adam, now's the time to keep your mouth shut, because anything that, if you say what you want to say right now, everything's going to get worse. Okay, but on the days that I know I'm going to be working with this person or that, I'll say a prayer about it on my way in. I'll get along with that person like we're best friends all day. And I didn't do it. Like, I will specifically ask God to help me get along with this person, and then I get along with this person really well, to the point where we're laughing and joking and having a good time. And it's not just one. It's, like I said, it's people that don't even work there anymore. And, I'm not, somebody could be watching and be like, who the fuck's he talking about? Right? But it's not important. The important thing is I don't dislike anybody there, but there are times where somebody will say something to me and I'll be like, I'll be thinking in my head, who the fuck do you think you are? Or, something like that. And I'll want to say something because that's who I am. And I usually have to respond. But sometimes I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to let this one slide. But I might have to walk away for a minute before I let it slide, is all I'm saying. But that doesn't happen when I pray about it. Before I go in there and I pray about it in advance, I have never had, every single time it does happen, the light bulb goes off in my head and I'm like, oh, I forgot to pray about that this morning. That's why it happened. Seriously. It's like straight up. Same thing when I'm working from home. I will have a really frustrating day working from home. And at the end of that day, I'll realize that I never took time out of my busy day to talk to God and to ask the Lord to make my day his day, and to help me with whatever challenges, problems, whatever might come my way on that particular day. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, no wonder everything went to shit today. Because on the days where I do that, especially if I do it in the morning before I get started on things, I swear to God, it makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference between. Who are you? User dash BD7WY80B7I, or is that an L or a 1? I don't even know. Like I was talking about the AI bots. Here's one of them right now. Must be one of these fucking, that must be a troll account. Is that the username that YouTube gave you when you signed up for an account because you were too lazy to come up with a fucking name on your own? User BD7WY80B7I or L or 1. Like, okay, yeah, that's the AI bot that's coming to my house later. To God is just a bedtime story. That's why he's not hiding. But you won't find out if that's your attitude about God. I used to be, believe me, I've been there. I used to be worse than you. I used to have a lot of Christian friends that I never knew were Christians, and the thing that I used to say was, "Oh my God, I didn't know you guys were Christians. I thought all of you guys were cool. I've known you guys for 2 years. I didn't know you go to church. I thought all you guys are cool. I never knew you were Christians." So then I find out they're Christians, and I start arguing about them about God all the time. Shit, you think user BD7WY80B71 is rude? Oh, I was belligerent. I went to federal prison for being an internet dickhead, okay? The judge said I'm an internet bully. So imagine how belligerent I was when I was arguing about the existence of God to my Christian friends when I didn't believe in God. But what happened was this. I pretty much wanted to prove my friends wrong. And I had a really good friend. Now, this guy was like one of my best friends at the time. He's been on the live stream before here and there. He pops in. I would recognize his screen name if he did. I was talking to him specifically, and I said, "What the fuck made you believe in God and Jesus and the Bible and all that? Like, you seem like a really smart guy. How did you fall for that shit?" And he basically said this. He said, "I came to a point where I just got done trying to prove everybody wrong, and I just wanted to know whether it was real or not for myself." But he's like, "I didn't believe in it, but I finally just got to the point of I don't want to just say I'm done trying to prove everybody wrong. I just want to know the truth one way or another." And he said that he was by himself and he asked God straight up. He's like, "I don't believe in that you're even real, but I'm willing to give it a chance, you know. But the only way that I'm going to believe in you is if you prove it to me, like straight up." And I mean, that's how he explained it to me. And some things happened, and for him, it changed his mind. And so I was like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, sure." I just was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Religion's just a crutch for weak-minded people who don't believe in science. Trust the science. We've heard that one before. But that's what I didn't believe. I was like, "Okay, whatever, dog." Anyway, I don't know how much later down the road it was. I tried reading the Bible and it sucked and I didn't want to read it. And I did all of it. I was like, I just don't believe in this crap. And I was living this life that I was not happy with. And I've told the story many times. I don't know if I want to tell the whole story tonight, but I was on my way home from Pittsburgh after a really crazy weekend. I had a job interview. I was living in Rochester, New York. I had a daughter in Pittsburgh. I was going back and forth to spend time with her. I was looking for a job in Pittsburgh. Went on an interview. Had a really crazy few days. Stress. And I was just completely obliterated, worn out. It would take me an hour to talk about the 4 days leading up to this. But I'm on my way home from Pittsburgh. It's like 10 o'clock at night. And I have to get up at 5, 6 in the morning to go work the next day in Rochester. And I finally I did what my friend did. I started talking to God in the car, but I didn't even believe he was real. But I was like, look, I don't know what else to do anymore. May as well give it a shot. Like, sure, why not? But I was open-minded enough to believe or to want to know the truth. But I did, I thought, whatever. And so I said the same kind of thing on the way home. I asked God, I'm like, God, I don't believe in you. You know that. If you are who you say you are, who they tell me you are, you already know that I don't believe in you. So I just want to know the truth. I'm sick and tired of arguing with my friends about this. I didn't expect anything to come of this. But I asked, if you're real, show me that you're real. And so after I did that, I'm telling you, this wave of something came over me, like peace is the best way to put it. And it was different than, I'd been under a lot of anxiety for a long time. 2 years of nonstop crazy shit. And it just like this wave of like everything's going to be all right came over me. And like God, like I said, it would take 4 days, or it'd take an hour to explain the 4 days leading up to that point. But I went home, I went to bed, got up the next day, went to my job. 8 o'clock in the morning, I have an email. I've got a new job in Pittsburgh. And there's a little bit more with that. So I quit my job. I start my next job Monday. I had to make some choices. The company I was working for, they offered to double my pay. And like I could have made a lot more money to just stay where I was instead of going to Pittsburgh. And I turned it down. I said, no, I'm good. I didn't have the money to move to Pittsburgh. When I came home from work that day, this one's crazy because I came home from work that day. I have no idea how, money-wise, I'm trying to figure out when I get paid from this job. And like, I'll get paid on such and such day for my paycheck, but that's not going to get me to Pittsburgh. Like, I didn't know how I was going to pay for the gas to go to Pittsburgh and start my new job. That's how broke I was. And I came home from the job. In the mailbox that day was an envelope from Progressive Car Insurance. And when I opened up the envelope, there was a check for like $600 with a letter saying, we're sorry to inform you that we charged you too much for your car insurance last year, and here's a refund check for the overpayment that we mistakenly charged you for. Here's a $600 check from us because we charged you too much for car. When the fuck does the car insurance company send you a check in the mail because you paid too much for car insurance and we fucked up? Sorry, here's your money back. $600. Bang. Now I don't got to worry about that. That's more than enough money to get me to Pittsburgh and to, pay for the gas and whatever else and food and anything else I'm going to need. And then I'm going to get my paycheck from my job that I'm currently working up until I'll get a paycheck within a week of moving to Pittsburgh. And I'm already starting a new job at which I'll get paid every Friday for that job. I would submit my timesheets on Friday for the new job because I was working for a headhunter, and I'd get paid on the following Monday. So money was all gonna work itself out, but I needed money like right then. And I came home. There was a $600 check in the mail from Progressive Car Insurance saying you paid us too much money here. So I start calling my friends in Pittsburgh, and I had lots of places to stay. I used to go and visit like three or four weekends a month, almost every week of the year. I would leave Rochester at 5:00 right from the office, drive to Pittsburgh, hang out with my friends Friday night, spend Saturday, Sunday hanging out with my daughter, hang out with my friends at night on Saturday. Sunday night, I would turn around, drive back to Rochester, and go to work on Monday. It was a rough life. It's a 4-hour drive between the two cities. I was doing it every fucking weekend. Every Friday, 5:00, I'm on my way to Pittsburgh. Sunday, 8:00 at night, I'm leaving Pittsburgh to go back to Rochester, get home about midnight, wake up and go to work on Monday. Week after week after week after week for a year. About a year and some change. And I was getting tired. That was wearing me down. So I start calling my friends on Monday. And I'm like, hey, I'm moving back to Pittsburgh. Mind if I crash at your place? Oh, we're not gonna. I told them I'm gonna be here, next weekend, and I need a place to stay until I find an apartment. You mind if I crash on your couch? Everybody, I had like 5 different places to stay. Everybody, magical timing. Nobody had a place for me to crash that first week. We're going to be out of town. We got this going on. We got that going. Like every single person had a reason why I couldn't crash at their house. Legitimate reasons. Like nobody was mad at me. Nobody was like, fuck you, Adam, you mooch. Like I had a lot of friends back then, and we were all college age kids. This was right after art school. We were more than accustomed to sleeping on couches and on bare floors and, getting drunk and passing out wherever you fucking lay. And, that we were living that life, the college kid life. So I was actually shocked that I called everybody I normally I'd drive to Pittsburgh on a Friday night, not even knowing where I'm going to sleep, knowing that I've got 5 different places I could crash tonight. It's just going to be wherever I end up is how that's going to work. But now I need a place to crash for the first week that I'm there. And nobody has a couch that I could sleep on for that first week. And I'm like, shit. I got the money situation figured out, but I don't know what to do now. Once again, I'm back to, oh shit. And I've got until Friday to figure this out. It's Monday. So it's like 7, 8 o'clock at night on Monday. The phone rings at my parents' house. This is like before cell phones. I mean, we had cell phones, but not everybody had. Most of us were still using a landline because cell phones were expensive, and we had them, but we didn't use them, and this is my parents' phone, landline, rings. It's like 7, 8 o'clock at night. I pick up the phone. It's Monday night. It's my friend Archie. I haven't heard from him in 6 months to a year. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Haven't talked to you in a while. Figured I'd call and say what's up. He had my parents' number. And I'm like, holy shit, how you doing? We talked for a few minutes, and I said, I'm moving back to Pittsburgh. And he says, oh, you need a place to stay? He's like, you can crash it out. Like, I didn't ask him if I could crash at his place. I just said, I'm moving back to Pittsburgh on Friday. I got a job. And he goes, you need a place to stay. And I'm like, in fact, yeah, I could use a couch to sleep on, in fact. And boom, problem solved. And he tells me now he was one of the people that believed in God and went to church and all that. That I thought, I'm like, how, he was one of the people that I used to argue with all the time about God being real. And he told me, he's like, yeah, he's like, I had this feeling that I was supposed to call you tonight. That's what he said to me after I said, yeah, I need a place to stay. In fact, thanks for asking. He's like, yeah, I had a feeling I was supposed to call you for some reason tonight, and now I know why. And so, yeah, boom, couch. When I went to Pittsburgh, I found a place to live in less than a week. Had the money fell out of the sky to pay for it. Cash, money. When I gave the landlord the down payment for the place, he was like, he thought I was a drug dealer because I gave it to him in cash. And I said, I had to pay you in cash because I don't have a bank account here. And this was back in the 1990s. Keep in mind, it wasn't like, I don't even know. I had a checking account, but it was up in New York. And I don't know. I had money, but I couldn't make a deposit. I think I had to go to one of the welfare check cashing places to get money from a check that I don't know. I had cash. Landlord didn't give a shit. Cash is money. Place is rented. So before the end of the first week of being in Pittsburgh, I had a place to live. And I literally just took a sleeping bag and a pillow and slept on the floor of an empty apartment for about another week. I had a cardboard box with a computer sitting on top of it. A computer monitor and a keyboard on top of a cardboard box in an empty apartment, sleeping on the floor with a sleeping bag and a pillow. And then I was able to go up to New York and get a U-Haul. My car broke down. Magically, that all worked out. We were able to get up there, come back. In fact, I got the car fixed for free because it had broken down. There was a weekend where I was stuck in Pittsburgh and my car broke down, and I had to take it to this garage while I was staying at a friend's house. And the garage was around the corner from my friend, and they replaced this part on my car that broke. Well, while I was driving up to New York, the car broke again. So we towed it back to Pittsburgh on the back of a U-Haul trailer. But it was still drivable, but I was kind of nervous, I don't think I should drive it all the way. And something with the clutch that was messed up. So I was able to drive it to the garage that originally fixed it. And they said, oh, that's under warranty. Boom, fixed for my car was fixed for free. Because I didn't have the money for that. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I needed the car because I was starting that new job. And what do? The job was like a 30-mile drive. It was way out in the middle of nowhere. And I was living in Pittsburgh. And I had to get that car fixed lickety split. I don't remember what I did when the car was I don't remember. Somebody helped me out. Because you couldn't even take a bus to where I worked. It was so far outside the city that you couldn't just take a bus. I think I took a bus to get to a certain point, and then somebody picked me up and took me to the office from the bus stop for a couple of days or whatever. Because I'd already met some people there at the office and kind of knew some people or whatever. But I took the car to get fixed on a Saturday, and they did it in a day. So it was everything just... all these things that problems would appear, and they would magically fix themselves, and I had nothing to worry about the whole time. And it was just nonstop like that. And so I don't know if it happened overnight, but I started going to church. I started to believe in it. And does that mean that life goes perfect for you because you believe in God? All of a sudden, nothing bad's ever going to happen to you again? No. Joseph got thrown into a fucking well by his brothers. They tried to kill him because they didn't like his coat. They didn't like his fancy coat. They were jealous. So they threw him in a fucking well to try and kill him. Then he ended up becoming he got someone pulled him out of the well and turned him into a fucking slave. And then he became, he started to work for the fucking Pharaoh of Egypt. And the Pharaoh, or some rich guy in Egypt or whatever. And the dude's wife wanted to fuck him. And he said, no, you're married. I don't fuck married women. So she told her husband that he tried to rape her or whatever. He got thrown in prison for about, some shit he didn't do. And then all of a sudden, one day, he's like second in command in Egypt. He's the Pharaoh's right-hand man. And now his broke-ass brothers and family are starving because there's a famine. And they all show up at his doorstep. They don't even know that that's the brother that they threw down into the fucking well all those years ago. They show up at his doorstep begging for food, and he's the one in charge of the whole country of Egypt. The one that could actually help them. You know what I mean? Like that's how it works sometimes. Sometimes you go through some bullshit. Look at what happened to Jesus. You think Jesus was living large when the Son of God having nails driven through his fucking legs and his arms hung up on a piece of wood to die? All because because they were mad that he showed up to heal the sick and make the blind people see and the lame walk and turn water into wine and all the stuff that they couldn't have that. So they had to kill him. Imagine you show up and that's all you do. You're just doing good things. You fed 4,000 people with a couple of fish and a loaf of bread. You do all these things for all these people and they turn around and fucking kill you. I'd be pissed. Look how mad that I get talking about how I would have been better off raping a child than posting a mean tweet because I went to prison for 2 years for a Twitter post. But here in Texas, a guy raped a 9-year-old kid and spent 29 days in jail on a 60-day sentence. He got released early. What if I was Jesus? What if I came and did all the good things that Jesus did and all you motherfuckers hung me up on a piece of wood to die? Drove nails through my fucking wrists and legs and hung me up half naked with a piece of cloth around my junk to hang there until I fucking die. Like, I wouldn't be nice. I wouldn't be like, forgive them, they don't know what they do. I'd be like, fuck you, you fucking scumbags. Let you all go fucking choke on a dick. I'd be yelling some shit. I would not take it the same way that Jesus did. You all know that. I wouldn't be saying, no, forgive them, they don't know what they do. I would not be in a mood of forgiveness if all I did was to come and heal the sick and feed the starving and make the blind people see and do all these miracles and good things for people, and y'all decided to fucking kill me. I'd be like, fuck you. If I had the power, I would have brought lightning bolts and acid rain and fire and brimstone and meteors and floods. I would have wiped you all out with a fucking flood. Then I would have made it a desert. Then I would make it rain down hell from the sky and volcanoes. And like anything I could fucking do to torture you motherfuckers for eternity, I would be doing it now. But I'm not Jesus. I'm not Jesus. So it's a good thing that he didn't give me that power. It's like, if I could be like Darth Vader and just pick up rocks with my mind and throw them at people and choke people by going like this and lift people up off the ground. You know how many dead people, you know how many piles of fucking bodies there would be if I could just pick people up with the force and choke them and then just toss them like it was nothing? Did I be doing that like every time I see someone wearing a fucking COVID mask at the grocery store? The fuck out of here. That's all it would take. That's all it would take. That's why I'm not Jesus. So, you know what I mean? Like, um, but yeah, I mean, so yeah, not every day of your life, even Jesus, even the Son of God had a bad fucking day or two. So that's what I'm getting. Like, you're just because you believe in God doesn't mean everything in your life's going to be great. A lot of times your life's going to get worse because the world will attack you and the world will, people are going to come at you. You're going to get attacked and you're going to go through more hardship a lot of times because you believe in God than you went through before. Because people like, what's his name here? User BD7WY80B7L or 7I. Is that an I or an L? I don't fucking, let me look. If I can copy well, I can't, yeah. If I can copy the username and then change the font. I don't know. I can't. I got to pick a serif font. Google Fonts. I don't even know why I give a shit, but I'm curious. Let's see. Just type in a sample and then choose I don't know. Give me a serif font so I can see what the hell that is. I think it's an I. Yeah, it's an I. So it's user BD7WY80B7I. Okay. That was real original. Probably, it's probably the guy who created 20 different YouTube accounts just to show up and troll me. Like, there's some fucking guy out there who has showed up on the channel to troll and leave shitty comments on videos, and then I'll kick him off. I said I wouldn't do that, but then, you know what? Then I just said, fuck it, I'm going to do it now. And I don't even know why. I don't care, but it's my house. If you want to come to my party and be a dickhead to everybody, then you can go. I'll throw you out, or I'll have the bouncer throw you out. But this dude would come in, he would leave a shitty comment or two or three. Always the same thing. You're a piece of shit, convicted felon. You deserve to, you know what I'm saying. And I'd be like, all right, you're gone. Peace out, bitch. It's a lot easier for me to just go block. Now this asshole has to go make a whole new YouTube account, a new Gmail account, create a fresh YouTube username, something along the lines of, what is it? User BD7YW807I, or, something so original. Come back and leave the same stupid ass comment you left 20 minutes ago. And then I can just go block again. It's like 3 seconds to block somebody. You just right click on their name and go block. And now you got to go make another. This dude went and did this like 9 times in a day just to come back. And I'm like, who the fuck has the time for this shit? Like, it probably was my ex, but I don't even think she would know how to do that or have the patience for that. And it has to be a dude, because women got shit to do. Like, women always have a line of guys wrapped around the block who want to come over and fuck them. There's always something that take them out on a date. Girls always have shit to do. Like, girls don't have time to make 15 fucking YouTube accounts to troll one channel that has 1,000 subscribers because you've got a vendetta against whoever that is, when you could be going out and getting some dick anytime you want. Like, the women don't have the time. So it had to be a guy doing this shit. But I get curious. I'm like, who the fuck is it? Who the fuck is it? Who's got that much of a vendetta against little old me because I said some shit on... It's probably some dude from the FBI who got mad. I don't know who thought I didn't get enough time in prison. Maybe it's the judge. maybe it's the judge on my case. I don't know. But I'm like, who the fuck has that much time? And like, to say that I'm innocent of that, fuck. I'm on X. I'll just prove. Holy shit, 20 notifications. But this is how I grow my X account right now. But I don't change my account every day. But I hate this motherfucker cat turd. And there's a few others. And I'm in a bad mood on X right now. So instead of posting all the memes and stuff, I've been a little bit, shitty. So I'm a troll too. Cat turd all day long. The only reason I follow this piece of shit is because I'm trolling him. Because every time I troll him, I get a bunch of followers and my account grows. I would rather just block the asshole, because every time I log into X, I see the same 4 fucking people posting the same dumb shit. So all day long today, they're posting about $20 burritos and how it's all boomers' fault that the kids can't. It's all the boomers' fault that kids can't afford a $400,000 average price of a home now. But I guess all the kids are buying $20 burritos at Chipotle, and that's all their fault. And this fucking dude, Cat Turd, must have got the 5 a.m. memo about you got to post 20 fucking posts about burritos today to get your MAGA grifter money that we send you every month for being a propagandist for the machine. And so he posts, remember, if you're not successful, it's boomers' fault that don't even know you, not yours. And I'm like, you fucking greedy boomer pieces of shit will not even give up your Senate seats after you die, like I was saying earlier. After you die, you greedy fucking boomers, and you still want to blame your children for the mess that you fucking created. Go fuck yourself. And that's all I do. I just troll these motherfuckers all day. So I do the same shit. I mean, who am I to call, who am I to be like, oh, this guy showed up on my YouTube channel and trolled me. Oh, boo fucking who? When I do it all day. I'm doing it all day to these assholes on X. Shit. I could go through, just go to my X profile, hit the replies button. You can see them all. I just shit on these people all day long. Like, here's one. This bitch. Oh, she loves Erica Kirk. This fucking chick, Sassafras 84. She's another one of these MAGA grifters posting whatever the 5 a.m. MAGA memo said that you have to post today to get your money. She's like, every day she's posting about how Erica Kirk is a great woman going through grief because she lost her husband. How dare you people say bad things about her, blah, blah, blah. Some people, she says right here, some people are just soulless and have lost compassion for others. It blows my mind. And I'm like, yeah. And if she wants to set off fireworks every time she shows up in public, that's okay too. Everybody grieves differently. And then I'm like, Erica Kirk, she's just going through the 5 stages of grief for losing her husband: pyrotechnics, merch, podcasting, grifting, and finally acceptance. The 5 stages. I do this shit all day long. I mean, not all day. There are days that I have not been keeping up with my shit posting on X. Not like I was for a minute. But as of right now, I've got 1,032 followers. I had around this number about a week ago, and then it dropped by like 200. It went down to like 900 in a snap of a finger after the bot purge. And but then my numbers just jumped right. So I started shit talking to all these people again, and the follower count went up. But I don't have a fake name. I didn't make, it's not BZ. What was it? User BD7WY80B7I. You know, it's my name, Adam. I don't put my last name on Twitter, but I put a link that you can click on and you can find everything there is to know about me by clicking that fucking link. It's right there. If you come to my YouTube channel, my name's right there. It's right there, there. Where it's somewhere right on your screen. It's right there somewhere. I'm not hiding it. I'm not making it. I don't have a fake. The FBI accused me of making up a fake name to hide my subversive chat or my subversive words. But you know, they tried making up a whole story that I was planning. You know, I was stockpiling weapons because I was going to go down and attack everybody at the FBI and go on a shooting spree and all this other fucking bullshit. That's what they do. They lied. The fucking FBI agent committed perjury in a court hearing. My lawyer caught him. Like, everybody in the courtroom gasped because they're like, oh, she got him. Even the fucking federal marshal, because when you're escorted into the courtroom in chains, there's a federal marshal. They bring you in and they sit you down at the defendant's chair. But you're shackled. But they'll take your handcuffs off while you're sitting there. But that fucking marshal is sitting right behind you. If you make any kind of move, it's game over. When they led me out of the courtroom, even the federal marshal was telling me in the elevator, he's like, I thought your fucking lawyer caught him. He was lying. I'm like, yeah, you heard it. We were having like everybody in the system at the marshals level, the prison guards. I feel like some of the probation officers, once they talk to me one-on-one and they look at the case and they look at the facts and they look at what they see the whole thing, they're like, dog, you got railroaded. I deal with real criminals all the time, and they put you in fucking prison for freedom of speech, for a fucking Twitter post, twisting it all around into this and that and the other thing. Because they're a bunch of corrupt scumbags. And even the people in the fucking government know that they're a bunch of corrupt pieces of shit. But, you know, definitely don't go asking Donald Trump for a pardon, that fucking child molesting scumbag. He won't even put the Jeffrey Epstein clients in jail. And motherfucker, he won't do anything. Where's Donald Trump? All that motherfucker does is bitch on social media. Every fucking day it's another bitchy tweet from Donald Trump. But let me pull up the picture again. Here we go. All right. Every goddamn day from Donald Trump, it's another bitchy tweet about something. What about this guy? Have you heard one fucking word about Donald Trump asking why do we have a dead man in the Senate? A guy who disappeared in the middle of June. Nobody's heard from him or seen him since. He's never made a public statement. Nobody knows what happened to the guy. He doesn't even have to prove to us that he's still alive, and he gets to still be a United States senator, even though the fucker died 2 months ago. Not one bitchy tweet from Donald Trump. Not one fucking word out of his mouth, huh? Not one. Why? It makes you think. It makes you wonder what the fuck is going on there. And all the MAGA people are bitching about it. But I'll ask the MAGA people, well, why hasn't Donald Trump said a fucking word about it? I got 3 bitchy tweets about the fucking pool, about the people that vandalized the pool. Turned out that was bullshit, huh? Oh, Donald Trump's pool guy, his buddy, the pool guy that he hired to fix the pool, was the one that fucked that up. And he's sticking to that vandalism story, even though the people that got arrested for reaching into the pool to grab the paint that was peeling off already Turns out they didn't commit a crime. They're all free to go home now. That's over with. Donald Trump's like, nope, 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 vandalism, because he doesn't want to get in trouble for giving the job to his cronies, because he probably got a fucking kickback or something, because it was his personal fucking pool guy that did the job. There's probably all kinds of government, there's probably all kinds of money laundering and bullshit going on with that. Capital One closed 300 some odd Donald Trump bank accounts for money laundering this week, last week, this week, whatever. That's not even in the fucking news. And I thought the news people hated Donald Trump. Don't all the news, CNN and MSNBC and the Washington Post and the Washington Times and the New York Times, and don't they all hate Donald Trump? Why the fuck is the fact that Capital One closed all his bank accounts for money laundering? How did that not make the fucking news? Like, they're just like the crooked shit that is. We have a fucking dead guy who's still a United States senator. We have this other fucking guy, Lindsey Graham. It's just good, great minds think alike, Jared. We got Lindsey Graham, who died suspicious, just dropped dead while he was in Ukraine all of a sudden. And they're like, oh, we'll just let his sister be senator now. They just were like, here you go. You want to be a senator? His sister is the fucking senator now. Nobody had any fucking say in that. They're just like, let his sister have the job. What the fuck? Even in China, they wouldn't just, oh, let his sister be a fucking senator now. Like if Donald Trump were to drop dead, obviously J.D. Vance is supposed to be the president, but could they just say, never mind, we're going to make Jared Kushner the president, or we're going to make Ivanka the president, or could we make Melania Trump the president now? Skip over J.D. Vance or whatever his name is. That dude's got like 6 fucking names. This government is so fucking corrupt. It's the most corrupt government the world has ever fucking seen. China, the Chinese communist fucking totalitarian regime, made it illegal for companies to make you work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Here in America, like, that's, you're a lazy piece of shit if you don't do that. And you deserve to lose your job. In the land of the free, while Cat Turd calls you a piece of shit because you're mad that the price of groceries is too high. and how did a guy named Cat Turd get 4 million fucking followers on X and probably makes million? He probably makes 10 to 20,000 a month talking shit on the internet. Like, where's my fucking paycheck? I'm such a fucking internet dickhead that I went to he didn't go to federal prison for 2 years for being an internet dickhead. I did. Where's my fucking money? Where's my $10,000 a month? Where's my 4 million followers, for fuck's sake? Tired of this shit. Like, what the fuck? Because he's Cat Turd, he gets to be a star. And nobody even sees his fucking face walking around in a hillbilly hat with a pair of sunglasses, because he probably molested a bunch of fucking kids and he doesn't want them to identify him. So he can't tell anybody his real name, can't show anybody his face. He went on Tucker Carlson wearing his fucking hillbilly hat and his sunglasses and doing a Tucker. Here's my name, motherfucker. It's either here or down there or somewhere. It's somewhere on your fucking screen right now is my name, and here's my face. There it is. You can look it up on Google, get 200 fucking pages about how I went to prison for a Twitter post. Like, I ain't hiding. Where's my fucking 4 million followers and 20 large a month? I'm sick and tired of this. I'm sick and tired of being a dickhead on the internet for free when all these people are getting fucking paid to do the same thing. What? Like, where's my golden ticket, God damn it? Like, one of these days, One of these days. But, oh, here's Cat Turd. Bro, look at this motherfucker. I hate this motherfucker. This motherfucker oh my God, I hate following him because I don't want to give him another subscriber because he's the biggest piece of shit on the fucking internet. Almost all the people who called me a boomer have around 100 followers. Seriously, how does it feel to have this boomer own you? I mean, this boomer is owning you in new technology and social media. Why are you letting this old grandpa show you how it's done? Imagine being young and some fat old boomer completely owning you in your own technology. It hurts, doesn't it? God, I fucking hate that guy. I fucking hate that motherfucker. Hate him. And you know that motherfucker has a hard drive full of pictures of naked kids that he does not want the fucking FBI to come snooping around and finding. 100%. 100% that motherfucker. And you know what? I said, I left him a comment once. Because he was talking about how, I gotta pull up a picture of this. Let me see if I can find it. Because this is fucking crazy. Where's the fucking shot? Where's the video that I'm looking? Of course I won't find it. Is this one? Is this it? Give me a second, because we're live. I didn't plan on talking. Come on, motherfucker. Open image in new tab. This is good enough. This is basically what I'm talking. Okay, they're talking about that dude Tyler Robinson that supposedly shot Charlie Kirk, right? I need to dig up two more things before I switch the screen here. Come on, open image in new tab. Boy, they really don't want me doing that anymore, do they? All right, here we go. Okay. Because I'm going to make a point here, but I need all these things up so I can talk about it, so I can jump around. All right, here we go. I got to look for one more thing before I do this. Let's see if I can just find it. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. That's a good one. Okay. Yep. This is perfect. All right. They're talking about, okay, Cat Turd and Gunther Eagleman and all these fucking piece of shit MAGA scumbags. We're talking about how they've seen the video proof that Tyler Robinson was the guy who did it. The evidence is clear. The video is the smoking gun. That's the smoking gun. Here's your smoking gun that you can clearly see that was Tyler Robinson that took the shot. See, if you zoom into the guy on the rooftop and you zoom way in. Hold on. We gotta zoom way in. I guess I can't zoom in anymore. Yes, I can. If you zoom way in, crystal fucking clear. He's the guy who did it. How could you argue with that? And they're just going on and on and on and on and on about how the video proves it. This is the fucking video that proves it. And I'm like, you stupid fucking piece of shit, MAGA grifting propagandist scumbags. There's another shot. That's the proof. It's obviously him. Look, it's definitely him. Definitely. How could you see this video and not know it was Tyler Robinson that took the shot? It's right in front of your face. It's right there. How could you see this video and not say that he's guilty? How could you see this shot right here? How could you see this right here? Proof that the guy is guilty right there. How could you see this and not know it was him? All these MAGA dirtbags, scumbags were posting this shit all fucking day. And so I had to reply. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers. We got more proof that fucking Bigfoot is really Bigfoot. Look at this picture of Bigfoot. And look at this picture of Tyler Robinson. And tell me which one's better. Which one's more proof that whatever you're trying to say is real is real? Bigfoot. There he is. That's fucking Bigfoot. If I ever saw him. There he is. Big hairy motherfucker. I don't know. It looks like he might be wearing a mask there, so I don't know, man. It might not be, but that's a pretty damn clear picture of Bigfoot. But there's Tyler Robinson. Definitely him. Definitely guilty. Look, that's the proof. What more proof do you need? This is the fucking bullshit that all these MAGA dickheads are posting all fucking day. But, you know, we see this picture of Bigfoot and we argue about whether that was real. We got this picture of the Loch Ness Monster. That's more crystal clear. That's obviously the Loch Ness Monster. We got more fucking evidence that the Loch Ness Monster is real. We've got more evidence that Bigfoot is real than we have that this fucking guy, Tyler Robinson, here he is, crystal clear, plain as day. It was obviously him. Obviously him. And these fucking douchebag MAGA grifters are using that as the proof that, the guy's obviously guilty. Look, we got the video. He's crystal clear. You can see it plain as day. And I can't just like see that and put my phone down and not say something back to these fucking dirtbags. So I don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie to collect my MAGA paycheck. I'm not going to open up my email in the morning to get the 5 a.m. talking points memo that you have to post these things today or you don't get your MAGA paycheck. What about all the videos of him climbing on the roof and aiming the rifle? Well, let's take a look. Let's go to this one. In the new tab. Oh, you mean that video? You mean the video of him? Crystal clear. It's obviously him. Who else could it possibly be? You mean when he took the rifle and disassembled the rifle and put it down his pant leg and then climbed off of the roof of the building and then put the rifle back together and hid it in the bushes so that the cops would find it all completely reassembled? That you talking about that? Like, here he is, Mike Stevens 7018. It's probably the same fucking guy we were just talking to about an hour ago. Well, who is he? User BD. Okay, user BD 7WY80B7I. He's back with a different screen name. Like, I don't even know, like, I don't know what your problem is, but, welcome to the party. I don't know. If you got a link, share it. We'll bring it up. Otherwise, whatever. I'm not saying the guy's innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm saying that we're going to have a trial. And in my opinion, if he's actually innocent, he's probably going to die before he ever gets into the courtroom. Because they're not going to let that shit fly. It's going to be Lee Harvey Oswald. He's going to have a better chance of living through this if he's guilty than if he's innocent. They're going to kill him. They won't let it go to trial if he's innocent. They'll snuff him out. They'll Jeffrey Epstein his ass in a jail cell before he ever goes to court. So I don't care if he did it. I'm at the point I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just saying the whole thing's a fucking staged psyop. I've seen, what happens when you shoot a guy with a fucking 30-06 in the neck. Like, have you ever seen what happens to a pumpkin when you shoot a pumpkin with the same gun from that distance and the pumpkin just fucking explodes? Like, there's just so much shit that you're being lied to about that I don't believe a fucking word. The number one reason I know it's wrong is because the government said so. If the government tells you not to go outside, then go outside. If the government says it's dangerous to go outside, you probably need to go out and get some sun. If the government says you need to go out and get some sun, stay indoors. There's probably something wrong. There's probably something going on and you don't want to be outside right now. If the government said, don't you dare wear a mask, that's the day you put the fucking COVID mask on your face and go wherever you got to go. Whatever, if you live your life according to the rule of whatever the government tells you to do or don't do, just do the opposite of whatever they say, you're going to live a pretty good life. Because all they ever fucking do is lie. They've never told the truth about anything our entire fucking lives. So why would I believe them now? I don't believe a word any of those people say. The fucking FBI agent on my case lied on the witness stand in a fucking courtroom. That's called if you or I did that, that would be perjury, and you go to jail for that. But the FBI can do it, and that's fine. Judge called me a liar. I mean, straight up, the fucking lawyer nailed him. The FBI agent said that he looked out the window of my bedroom and saw all the flashing lights from the window in my bedroom. And that means that I should have known what was going on before I even went up the stairs of my house. And so my lawyer goes, oh, do you stand by that? You looked out the window of his bedroom and saw all the flashing lights. Is that what you say? Is that your statement? Do you stand by that? And he doubled down. And then my lawyer goes, okay, here's a video, Your Honor. Here's for the whole courtroom to watch. 2:00 in the afternoon on a bright sunny day, they go down into my bedroom, which is in the basement of the house, with a video camera, and it's pitch black, and you can't see a fucking thing. 2:00 in the afternoon, bright sunny day, you can't see a fucking thing in my bedroom. They turn on a light switch in my bedroom. Here's the window. 2:00 in the afternoon on a bright sunny day. The reason why the room is pitch black is because the window in my bedroom is underground. It's covered in dirt. And on top of that, there's a concrete slab. And then there's an addition to the house in the space where that window used to be. A sunroom. So no light comes into that window at 2:00 on a bright sunny day when the sun is shining directly on the sunroom where that window used to be exposed to light. The FBI agent, he fucking doubled down on that shit. Said, I looked out the window of his bedroom and saw all the flashing lights and all the commotion. So he would have seen it too. He should have known what was going on. And my lawyer showed that. And then the fucking prosecutor tried accusing my lawyer of doctoring the video. He was like, well, you can use Photoshop to do all kinds of stuff nowadays. And I don't like, he actually tried to use that, telling the fucking judge that my lawyer used some Photoshop and trickery to cover up the window and make it so no light could come in the room. But she walked from the front of the house. Here's the sunroom. Like it was like everybody in the courtroom knew that the FBI agent was full of shit and that the prosecutor was full of shit. And then the judge turned around and called me a liar and said I'm not credible. So once again, if you're an FBI agent, you can commit perjury consequence free because you're the heroes. You're the boys in blue. You can do no wrong. You're America's heroes that would never tell a lie. And then when the defense attorney catches them lying, I'm the liar. And I have no credibility because my lawyer just embarrassed you in front of the whole fucking court. All the reporters, everybody in the courtroom was like, holy shit, she nailed him. The fucking federal marshal, when he had me in the elevator taking me back down to the prison bus to go back to jail that day, was like, oh my God, she caught him lying. Why didn't, like, that's fucking crazy. He watched the whole thing. He was right there. He was sitting there the whole fucking time. And it's fucking amazing. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm going to believe a word, anything that the government tells me. Is the world round? I don't know if the world's round or flat anymore. I don't give a fuck about it. My world is pretty fucking flat because I'm not allowed to go anywhere. But what do I give a shit if the world's round or flat? Or I don't fucking care anymore. I don't give a shit. The government tells me that the world is round. I'm more inclined to believe it's flat just because I don't believe a word that those fuck faces tell me ever about anything. If they told me the sky was blue, I would have to go outside and look and see it with my own eyes before I'd believe them. I wouldn't just take their word for it. So, no, I don't believe. Fuck these people. And so when they tell me, oh, so-and-so shot Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk wasn't JFK. Kirk wasn't important. I mean, I didn't give that much of a shit about Charlie Kirk before he was shot. You know, I've seen some of the videos. I've seen some of his college kid arguments and whatnot, but I wasn't like he's some fucking prophet. But I didn't like dislike the guy either. I didn't think he was an asshole. I thought a lot of the kids that he got into arguments with were a bunch of leftist dickbags. I don't even know. We're closing in on 3 hours, and I've got so many things to talk about. I think the hustle culture. I think we covered that. I had a lot more to say about that. A lot of these influencers, like Cat Turd, you just saw Cat Turd thinks that he's all that. These fucking influencers are starting to go broke. People are getting tired of their shit. I think the gold rush, the influencer gold rush, is pretty much over these days. You know, they're scrambling. They may have millions of followers, but they're not making any money from it anymore. You know, this whole lifestyle, the influencer lifestyle, driving around in a fucking Lamborghini because you shook your tits on Instagram. You know, it's shit's not gonna last that much longer. You know, all these people saying I make $400,000 a week, buy my course. You went and rented a Lamborghini for an afternoon for like a couple $1,000 to make an ad telling everybody you make $400,000 a week, buy my course. But you didn't have any money until people bought your bullshit course. You know what I mean? Like, you put the fucking Lamborghini rental on a fucking credit card that day, driving, you know, running around. They didn't even let you drive the fucking thing. They just let you take a video of your selfie with the Lamborghini in the background. And they let you sit in it for a few minutes. You paid for it with a credit card because you didn't have any fucking money, and told everybody I make $400 large a week, buy my course. And then the dumbasses that bought the course, now you made some money this week. You know, a lot of these fucking influencers, it's all just fake. The only ones that are really making any money are the naked girls that whore themselves out on OnlyFans. And, duh. There's so many of these fucking dickbag simps that'll pay $20 a month to see a naked chick. Because it's the only way they're going to fucking see one, I guess. I don't even get that. I don't even understand why these fucking simpletons go on Insta whore, Insta OnlyFans, Insta whore, whatever the fuck. Why are these guys paying like 20, 30, 50 bucks a month to see a naked whore who doesn't give a shit about them? If she does talk to you or comment back to you when you leave a comment on her video, it's some guy in India that she's paying to leave the comments. She's not doing that. She doesn't have time for that shit. She's too busy taking pictures of her pussy and her tits for the next week's video. She's not talking to you. And here's the thing, the internet, back in the day, when the internet was free and open, the thing is, I'm gonna go for a little longer tonight. It's back when the internet was free and open, and you could just communicate with anybody in the world, and they could communicate with you, but it wasn't like organized and tidy and made easy like social media made it easy for everybody. But remember when you could go and just read the news? You could go to the news. New York Times, New York Post, Washington Times, whatever fucking news that you want to read today, it's there. Every fucking newspaper in the world has a website, and you can read any fucking news out there. All day long. You could be so educated about the news because no matter what topic of the day we're talking about today, you can go and read the conservative news, the liberal news, the European news, the Arabic news. You could read every fucking goddamn angle on every fucking story, all because the news was out in the open and there for you to read. But porn was all over the internet. You couldn't watch a fucking porn video for free. No. Anytime I had a friend who would be like, "Hey, Adam, you're good at tech. My computer's all fucked up. Every time I log into my computer, it's just all these fucking pop-up ads coming at me, and my whole fucking computer crashes, and it's covered in this and pop-ups, and every time I click on that, 10 more pop up." And I'm like, well, yeah, dude, you got to stop going to porn sites. And you had to pay for porn back then. But nowadays, so I've been told by a lot of people that you can just watch porn for free all day long. There's like 1,000 different websites out there. Anytime you want to see like two girls fucking a donkey, boom, there it is. Free. You just watch it. You want to see a girl get fucked by 2,000 guys in an afternoon. There it is. There she is. There it is. Watch. You can watch it. You want to watch 3 guys in Mexican wrestling masks fuck 4 girls wearing bunny costumes. There they are. There it is right there. You can find any fucking goddamn porn that your mind can think of. You can just go watch it for free. So I've been told. No pop-up ads. No fucking viruses taking over your computer to where you can't even log into Windows without the thing just going boom, 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 and your computer crashes, and you got to reinstall Windows, reformat your fucking hard drive, and it's still probably full of viruses that you got trying to go to those porn sites back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But now, when you try to go read the news, you go to any of these fucking news websites, you want to read the New York Times. Boom, 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 boom. It's just nothing but pop-up ads. And you start reading the news article, and it jumps and there's a fucking ad, and then you close that ad and you start going, and then it's like, boom, now it's down here, now it's up there, now it's over here, now it's over there. Now a big white box comes up and says, oh, you've read too much today, you got to pay. Every fucking goddamn news website out there will freeze your computer, put up a bunch of fucking viruses in front of you, cover your screen in fucking pop-up ads, and fuck up your whole computer, and then you got to pay just to read a shitty news article from some propagandist that isn't even telling you the fucking truth. You can't even fucking read the news anymore. You can't read a newspaper on the internet anymore. But somehow you can watch 6 girls fuck a donkey all day long. Oh, you want a brown donkey or a gray donkey? Or how about 4 girls jerking off a horse? Got that. You got any fucking goddamn porn that your mind can think of, I've been told you can find, and you can go watch it for free all day long. So why are these fucking simpletons paying OnlyFans whores to see pictures of their beaver, when you can just go down the block to one of these fucking porn websites and watch 2 horses double team a whore? There's no fucking limit. No pop-up ads, no. So I've been told, none of this other shit, none of that. The news websites are behaving exactly like the porn websites used to behave. And now porn is free to the public and fully available everywhere you go. No problems. No questions. No money involved. Just, you want to see others? Here's 20,000 porn videos for you to watch right now. Here they are on a silver platter. But heaven forbid you want to watch the fucking news. Heaven forbid you want to see what the BBC has. The BBC. Maybe that's the wrong one. But maybe, heaven forbid, you want to see what the London Times has to say about about the European Union today. Or what's going on in Ukraine. But you want to see 3 girls from Ukraine fuck a donkey, boom, there you go. You can watch that. But you can't, we're not letting you read the fucking news about it. It's so fucked up that everything, I can't, it boggles my mind that everything is flipped in that direction. It's done, like, both of these, porn and news, have just completely taken over each other's space. And one has become what the other one used to be. And not, like, you cannot read the fucking news anymore on the internet. I don't even try anymore. All my news comes from memes and Twitter posts. Somehow I know what's going on. I know that we got a dead guy who died in the middle of June, and he's still a United States Senator. His name's Mitch McConnell. How do I know? Because I see 20 fucking memes a day about it. When they finally announce that he's dead, because he's been dead for 2 months, I'll probably know before the news media puts out a story, because there'll be 20 fucking memes in front of me about it already. So I'm actually ahead of the game, because all my news comes from memes. I don't read the news anymore. I'm more informed than somebody who reads the news all day, because all my news comes from memes. And memes aren't funny unless they're true. That's the left can't meme. Well, now they do, because Donald Trump turned out to be a backstabbing piece of shit. Now Donald Trump memes are fire. They're worth a lot on the meme marketplace now, when they used to be lame. You know, they said the left can't meme. Well, yeah, when Kamala Harris was the candidate and we had to choose between, and we didn't know Donald Trump was going to stab us in the back just yet. Donald Trump memes weren't that funny. But now they're fucking hilarious, because he turned out to be a backstabbing piece of shit traitor who shits his pants, and he's so fucking crippled and worse. He's worse than Joe Biden was. Another one of these fucking greedy ass boomers that won't go to the fucking nursing home and let someone else have the job. When, these fucking boomers, cat turd, you're so full of yourself. Yeah, wait till the FBI finds your hard drive, you fat piece of shit. And then we're all going to be laughing at him. And I said when they were posting the blurry video of Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk, saying, "Here's the proof. How can you see this blurry blob and not know he's guilty?" I posted something on Cat Turds. I won't be able to find it because it's buried. I've been trolling that motherfucker for. I would have to go through like 100 fucking posts before I find it. But I told him, I said, I hope that you get arrested for being a child molester, and I hope that you're innocent. I truly hope that you're innocent, because you're going to go to court and everybody's going to say that you're guilty and nobody's going to believe you, and you're going to go to prison and get the shit kicked out of you for being a child molester, even though you were innocent. And I'm going to be like, haha, got what you deserve, you fucking piece of hillbilly shit. I fucking hate him. I would love to see that happen. Hate that fucking guy. All those MAGA grifters, I fucking hate. I hate them just as much as the leftists that all get together and worshipped Dr. Fauci and talked about how, Dr. Fauci, look at him. He got a pardon from Joe Biden, and he still goes to Congress and pleads the fifth 111 times. And nothing's going to happen to him. Oh, Rand Paul sent a sternly written letter to the Department of Justice. Great, another sternly written letter. Yeah, that's fucking great. Add it to the fucking pile. Not one of these motherfuckers has been arrested for the shit that they've pulled. I went to federal prison for 2 fucking years for a Twitter post, but this guy who committed genocide and killed 1 million people, he gets to plead the fifth. He's living his best life. Still gets to live in his mansion. Fuck you, government. Fuck you, United States. Fuck this fucking country. I'd wipe my fucking ass with your flag. Hate this fucking country. I fucking hate this country. I don't stand for the fucking anthem. Fuck you. I got nothing. I'm cool with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all those things that we don't have anymore. If anybody wants to fucking stand up, take that shit back, I got your back. But it ain't gonna happen. We can't even get these billionaire child rapists put away. So, you ready to get drafted? Yeah, let's see how that goes. At some point, you just got to say, I don't give a fuck anymore. I've already walked to the front door with the red dots covering my chest. I've already been there. I was one trigger pull away from losing my life already. I'm not going back. I'm not going back to the camps. Whatever. That's my last day. That's my last day. I'm not getting drafted. You can go choke on a dick. These motherfuckers can send their kids to go fight these bullshit wars. I ain't going. I wouldn't even go if they told me they would expunge my record and wipe the slate clean in exchange for my service. I'd be like, go eat a dick. I'll take the criminal record and live with it. Fuck this country. I wouldn't even waste an afternoon going to vote, let alone risk my life to fight a war for this piece of shit. So I'm done. I fucking hate the United States. I can't wait to see this fucking place burn. It's going to affect me. I might be fucking homeless again, struggling to survive because the whole country has been completely destroyed. And just like Thomas Jefferson told us, if we let the bankers take over, I'm paraphrasing, but well, fuck it. We're on the internet. We're live. I can look up his quote. Just give me a second. Come on. Thomas Jefferson said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and the corporations that grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people, to whom it properly belongs. That's all going to come true. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're going to be living in a country that's basically in tatters, a police state shithole. Why do you think they're building these data centers everywhere? Why do you think they're putting up a flock camera on every street corner? Why the fuck do you think they called it a flock camera? Flock camera. Because you're a bunch of dumb fucking sheep who are part of a flock that they're going to fucking send to the slaughterhouse, you dumb motherfuckers. Why do you think they called it a flock camera, you dumb piece of shit, idiot fucking sheep? Not you. Not you. Not all you people watching right now, you know. There's a couple of we had like 12 viewers. It's down to 9, so 3 people got mad that I called them a dumb fuck. Well, they're a bunch of dumb fucking sheep. Oh, one of them came back, so we're good. Because the American people are a bunch of dumb fucking sheep, so they're like, haha, we'll call it a flock camera. We're gonna watch it. I was just telling somebody today, okay, they used flock cameras as probable cause because a guy drove from Wisconsin to Michigan and back multiple times. And the flock cameras recorded his license plate in all these different places. So they said, well, obviously he's going to Michigan to buy weed because weed is legal in Michigan, but it's not legal in Wisconsin. So when he came back to Wisconsin, they pulled him over because the flock camera system told the cops, we think he's going to Michigan to buy weed. Why do you think they're building this shit? So I was talking to somebody about that. That all the other states in the United States are making weed legal, generally speaking. More than half of the states have made weed legal. Here in Texas, they're trying to make weed a fucking felony that you could go to prison for 12 fucking years for having a bag of fucking weed. But a child molester, Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, let a fucking guy rape a 9-year-old kid and gave him 29 days in jail and out of a 60-day sentence. But a bag of weed gets you put in prison for 10 fucking years. In Texas. But in New York State, you can go to the bar, sit out on the fucking patio and smoke a joint. Nobody cares because it's legal. You can do it. You can buy a bag of weed. You can go to the fucking weed store and just buy weed. You got like 20 fucking jars on a shelf and you say, oh, I don't know, I'll take the Stanky Mac and give me a bag of Dr. Drizzy and some Stanky Mac and some Blue Thunder. Like, I don't even know the brand names anymore. Because back in the day when I could buy weed, you got one. Here's the weed. Do you want it or no? There was no like go and pick bags of weed off of a fucking shelf. All right, Mike Stevens, good for you. But anyway, you got your communist flag, Mike Stevens with the communist flag icon. We all know who you are. So, anyway, I was talking to a friend today about the flock, for the flock cameras for the dumb fucking sheep to control the herd and get them into the slaughterhouse when it's time to call the herd. It's all a big fucking joke, and they're laughing at you all the goddamn way to the bank. I was telling her, I'm like, did I ever tell you about when the FBI gave my lawyer a 650,000 page PDF document? That was everything that they pulled out of the government database about me. So don't tell me that they're not fucking tracking everything that you say and do. Every phone call you've ever made, every text message, email, every website you've been to, every transaction you've made from your bank account. Now with the cameras everywhere that you've been. Facial tracking, every place that they've tracked your face on a video camera. Every single fucking thing that you have ever done since like 1995, Project Echelon, look that up, is in a government database. The Patriot Act allowed them to do it even more openly than they were before. But they've been doing this shit since the Bill Clinton days. And before that, it was on paper. And file folders for the people they wanted to keep track of. But then electronics came out. And they're like, we can track everything everybody does. Problem is, they're giving so much shit about everybody that what if citizens blow up the data centers? They'll have the data in the other data center. Like, you do know how like data works, right? It's not, you know, Facebook is not just one fucking computer sitting somewhere, right? They've got like probably 50,000 fucking data centers for Facebook all over the world. Each one of them has everything in the entire Facebook database. If you blew up 50 of them, they'd still have 1,000 more. You can't, it's gone. The data's there. You can't get rid of it. Wait, you're gonna blow up the underground data centers that are 2 miles underground with a tunnel that's 50 miles long to get to it. That's, you know, steel doors covering the fucking tunnel that could survive a nuclear blast. If there's no human being left on the face of the earth, your data will be secure. Okay, they got the data. You can't, there's nothing you can do to make them not have the data anymore. And they have everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? They gave me a PDF document of the database dump that they had for me as part of the discovery in my case. It was a do you understand 650,000 pages? Do you understand what that is? How much shit that is? Do you know if you stack 650,000 pieces of paper in a stack, do you know how tall that would be? It's about 230 feet tall. That's the height of a 20-story building. They're just like, here you go. Here's all the stuff we have to use against you in your court case. We got 650,000 pages of shit about you. Everything that we've been recording about you your whole fucking life. Here it is. 650,000 pages. The height of a 20-story building if you were to print it out. 650,000. Have you ever, can you even imagine opening a PDF document that's 650,000 pages long when you scroll the mouse wheel or the trackpad or whatever it was, because they give you a laptop, and when you're in jail waiting for your case, they'll give you access to a laptop so you can see your discovery, right? And my lawyer's like, I don't know what to fucking do with this. Wait, I need help going through this fucking file. See if you can find some shit that I need you to go through this file once in a while and see if you can like flag things to bring my attention to it. Because she's juggling 500 fucking cases. Each case probably got a 650,000 page PDF for her to scroll through and figure out what the fuck's going on. The file would open quick, but it took up a hard drive. I had to have an external hard drive plugged into the laptop, number one. So when I get my laptop from the jail to take to my jail cell and go through it, and these things are locked down. Don't think that you're getting on the fucking internet. And, you know, you got a locked down, jailed up laptop with your files on it that you can look at with like Microsoft Word or whatever, Adobe Acrobat, PDF. And that's it. You can't trust me. If I could have hacked my way into getting on the fucking internet and watching some Netflix, I would have. I would have definitely. Believe me, don't think that I didn't try. Because I know some shit. I had a lot of time to sit with that laptop in a jail cell by myself, and I was like, let me see if I can find a Wi-Fi network. No, you can't. That shit is locked down tight. No admin access. You're just a basic bitch user, and you have access to a few files. One of which was a 650,000 page PDF document on an external hard drive, because the file was something like 400, 500 gigabytes. It had to be on a 1 terabyte hard drive because the file was like 500 gigabytes or something. It was that much shit. Imagine scrolling the trackpad or hitting the down arrow. Now, the down arrow in a PDF document will jump from one page to the next. So page 2, page 3, page 4. Figure out how many, 650,000 times, right? Using the mouse wheel or 2-finger scrolling on a Macintosh, but this is a shitty Windows laptop. It's like a fucking Dell. And so I think I had the little rubber nub. Have you ever seen those? The little titty nipple in the middle of the keyboard that you use. It's kind of like a mouse, but it's like a little titty nipple that you fucking move around with your finger and play with it. And that's how you move the mouse around on your screen or whatever. I have one of those, I think. So every time I touch the little titty nipple, it jumps like 3,000 pages. The PDF, you can't make the PDF jump from page 1 to page 2 to page 3. It goes from like page 1 to page 4,000 just by touching the little titty nipple going boop on the Dell. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen these laptops back in the day. It was one of them shitty ass corporate Dells that was all locked up. And believe me, I tried to unlock that motherfucker. I had nothing else to do. I was in jail. What else am I going to fucking do all day? I got this laptop to play with all day. Let's see if I can do something with it. Anyway, yeah, imagine trying to go through a 650,000 page document and all the shit that's in it. Fucking amazing. And so the problem is, even the prosecutor, the problem is they've been gathering all this shit about you since the mid-1990s. Google, Project Echelon, ESCHELON, under Bill Clinton. That's the official project name when they started doing this shit to you. Then you had the Patriot Act and the FISA courts and all. They've been gathering data about you since you were born, one way or another. And when I was a little kid, my parents used to say, that's going in your permanent file, and we'd laugh. No, shit. Turns out you have a permanent file your whole life, and everything that you ever fucking do goes into this file. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything you ever buy, everything you ever say, everybody you ever call, every text message, every titty picture you ever sent someone, everything you've ever said or done, every place you've ever been, every fucking little tiny nugget of data you've ever fucking done is in a file. They gather it all. But the problem is, no human being can go through all that shit and figure out what's in it. They got this mind. Why do you think they're building all these data centers? So that you can ask ChatGPT a question and get a stupid ass answer that's probably not even right. So you can talk to Grok and have Grok make you a funny picture today? No, they're building all these giant data centers because they need a place to store all the shit that they've gathered about you so that they can run their fucking police state prison hellhole that they're building around us. That's why. It's fucking obvious if you have half a fucking clue. If you have half a fucking clue in your brain, you know what the fuck's going on with all this shit. And so here we are. Now, a 650,000 page PDF. Nobody got time for that shit. How do they know what's in it? Why do you think they've invested so much energy into this AI shit? Because now the lawyer can go, tell me what's in this PDF. ChatGPT goes, spits out a fucking list of everything it find. It can 30 seconds to a minute is all it takes. The chat GPT, whatever, Grok, whatever the fuck it, whatever FBI bot goes through that document and just boop, 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 everything it finds. 30 seconds to a minute, it prints out a human readable report of all the crime that it found in your records. Here's all the drug dealers that he talked to. Here's all the, like, you bought a bag of weed from somebody on a Tuesday. You sent the person a text. It was secret code. You said something about, hey, can I come over and pick up a Happy Meal? Okay, well, the FBI knows that the person you asked about a Happy Meal got 25 text messages about Happy Meals that day. All these phone numbers are connected to that phone number. They know how many times you ordered a Happy Meal, how many Happy Meals a month you order, how many times you go, where you go, all the flock cameras you drove by to go get your Happy Meal, what time you got your Happy Meal. They know what the Happy Meal was. Like, they got all this shit figured out. It doesn't take a human being to go through the 650,000 page document. They feed that shit into chat GPT, and it's just, here's all the crimes. Here you go, dog. Good luck. Good luck prosecuting your case. And they're going to do that to you and you and you and that fucking dingbat with the communist flag icon. They're coming after you. User, what the fuck was his name? User BD7WY80B71. They know who you are. They know your real name. They're coming for you. They know what you did. They know what you've done. They know who you know. They know who you call. They know the dude who said he hates the bag of stinky weed. They know what drugs you do. They know that you do meth. You might not like, they know what you're up to. They know about the child porn that you got on your hard drive. They know it. They have it all. They have it all. They just haven't come to get you yet. They've done studies. And we talk about this. Ignorance of the law is no excuse for breaking the law. But the United States Code, just the federal government law books, is something like 60,000 pages of laws. And then it's like another 300,000 pages of interpretation of the laws by the alphabet agencies that enforce the law. So you've got to know like 400,000 pages of laws and bullshit and rules to know whether you're breaking the law or not in our litigious society that we live in. And so they've done studies that show that the average person in America commits 5 felonies every day, every single day. You and the dude with the communist flag and user BD7WY80B7I, you all commit 5 felonies every single day, every day. Every single one of you have committed 5 felonies today. What do you think the data centers are for? Are they just for the police officers to keep track of their ex-wives and see who they're fucking after the divorce? Because that's what most of the cops are doing now, following their ex-wife around town and keeping tabs on who she's fucking. How many times has that been in the news lately? But they're using it to come after you. They're using it to build up a list of reasons to come and get you. It doesn't mean they're coming to get you tomorrow. Probably not. But the day that they decide, you know what, we got to get rid of so-and-so. We got to go. Oh, that person's getting too loud. Oh, he or she said too much. We got to put a stop to that. Well, here's the 5 felonies that they committed every day for the last 3 years. Go get them. How do they know? Because they've got 650,000 pages of shit about you in a database, and they've got a chat GPT robot that can go through it in 20 fucking seconds and pull out all the shit that you did. That's why. They got the fucking drone footage from when they fly over your fucking house with drones, and they've got, like I said, all the flock cameras. They've got your face. Every time you walked into Walmart and looked at a camera, they got your face. That's why you go to Walmart and you buy something, but you left your wallet at home and you left your phone at home and you just got cash in your pocket. And then 20 minutes later, you get home and there's an email in your email box saying, hey, We would like it if you leave a review about that thing you just bought with cash, even though your phone and your wallet were home. They still know who you are. They know what the fuck you bought. And even though you paid cash for it and didn't have your phone or any other tracking device with you, you got an email waiting for you when you get home asking you to leave a review on the thing you just bought with cash. So, yeah, you can place a FOIA request to get your file. And what does the government do? What does the government do when you ask for a Freedom of Information Act? They tell you to go fuck yourself and we don't got it. What happens? Same shit that they get when you ask for a copy of the Jeffrey Epstein files, right? They either tell you to go fuck yourself, we're not giving it to you, or you get a document that's covered in a bunch of black bars that you can't fucking read because it's all redacted. Which one do you want? Do you want the fuck you, or do you want the thing that's got all the black bars covering it? I got documents about my fucking court case. Like the FBI reports when they came to my house and arrested me. These are documents that the court that are in my case. My lawyer's copy of the documents are all redacted and just covered in black bars all over the place. And that's the shit that my lawyer's supposed to use to fight my fucking case. Here's all the shit that the government has to say about you, but we're going to cover it in black bars so you can't fucking read any of it. You want to see it? I can fucking pull it out of my desk right now and show it to you. Like, this fucking government is nothing but a fucking scam. And like Thomas Jefferson said, we're all going to wake up homeless, surrounded by a bunch of empty houses everywhere that we're not allowed to live in because we don't own them. BlackRock and the banks own the empty houses, and they've priced them out of our league so that none of us can afford to live in them. And we're all just going to be living in the fucking streets, eating fucking, smoking crack and eating ramen noodles or whatever we can get our fucking hands on, getting into fights over a fucking, people are going to get shot for having the last hot dog at 7-Eleven after 7-Eleven got looted. Like, this whole country's just going to burn to the fucking ground. And then they're going to use that as an example for the rest of the world to say, look what happens when you let people have freedom. Look what happens. Look, the whole place burned to the fucking ground and turned into a hellhole. So we can't let people have freedom. Look what happens. Look what they did with their freedom. Even though we're all being manipulated into this fucking dystopian shithole that they're moving us into. All because we won't do anything. We won't stand up to the people that rape our kids. We won't stand up to the people that allow a guy who died 2 months ago keep his seat in the United States Senate and demand that he come out and prove that, oh, what about his privacy? Bullshit. He don't have any privacy, bitch. You can have some privacy when you go home at the end of the day, but you're a United States senator elected by the public to serve the public and be a public official. Therefore, you've got to prove that you're alive at the bare fucking minimum. How many of you have a job, right? If you disappeared for 2 months from your job and the only thing that your job got was an email saying, yeah, I'm still sick. I got released from the hospital, but I'm doing great. Thanks. And that's the only proof that you gave your company that you're like, that's not even proof that you're still alive. Your fucking wife could have sent that email. Maybe your wife's still getting the paycheck from your job, even though you died 2 months ago. At some point, HR is going to want some sort of fucking, you're going to have to call and have a talk with HR and submit some sort of fucking proof that you're still alive. And honestly, how many of you would have a job if you didn't show up for 2 fucking weeks and you just sent an email once in a while saying, trust me, brah, I'm still alive. No, you don't get to keep your fucking job when you don't show up for 2 fucking months. And you don't even communicate why you're fucking gone. but you can die 2 months ago and still keep your seat as a United States Senator. Like, that should tell you right off the fucking bat, something's fucking wrong. Why aren't we like, how has shit gotten this fucking crazy? I honestly believe that this is a test run to see how long, when Donald Trump, he's full of dementia. He's shitting his pants every day. He's pumped full of fucking drugs to keep him alive. He's probably got a week or two left if the doctors the doctors are propping that guy up. Like they did with Joe Biden for 4 years. Who knows what the fuck they're doing to keep him from falling over at this point. And what if this shit with Mitch McConnell is just a test run to see how long they can get away with it? So that when it happens to Donald Trump, when he passes away from natural causes, from being a crippled old dementia-riddled bat who should be in a fucking nursing home, when he dies from natural causes, how long can they keep it under wraps before the people finally say we need proof? 2 months? Can he still be president for 2 months after he dies? Like Mitch McConnell can be senator for 2 months after he dies. I think if we go a week without a bitchy tweet, people are going to know something's up. So someone's going to have to take over the Truth Social account. They're going to have to be putting up bitchy tweets 6 times a day so that nobody knows anything's wrong. Like, how are they going to, who's going to go out and pretend to play a round of golf and cheat? Pick up the fucking ball or bat it into the hole with their hand like Donald Trump does after he won that golf tournament. Did you see how he won, for fuck's sake? Oh my God, the videos are so fucking hilarious. He's worse than Ernie McCracken in fucking Kingpin, for crying out loud. Even though that's 2 different sports. But why are they covering up for McConnell, but they didn't cover up for Lindsey Graham? I wonder. Probably because, here's my thought. Lindsey Graham, they're just like, here you go. He died, and 2 days later, his sister is a senator. Lindsey Graham's sister is now the senator. Just brought her in. Here you go. No questions asked. Nobody voted for that. Nobody had a say. Just, here you go. Oh, you're his sister. Good. You can be senator now. Okay. She probably said she'd play ball. She's down with war and cock, just like her brother Lindsey. Give me more war, give me more cock. I'm a happy guy. Now, she's a happy gal. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do to make Lindsey happy. War and cock. Give me some war, give me some cock. I'm good to go. I'll do whatever you want. Now we got this Mitch McConnell guy. He's dead. But if they don't pretend that he's alive, they're going to have a special election in Kentucky. And what happened in Kentucky recently with one of their elections that we all know about? That wasn't there a guy in Kentucky that was supposed to win his congressional race, but Israel and MAGA didn't want him to win because, he's all about freedom and shit and wants the Epstein clients to go to jail. And, what's that guy's name? I can't even remember his fucking name now. Thomas Massey, right? So they didn't want Mitch McConnell to be declared dead so that they can have a special election in Kentucky, and all the people that are mad about what they did to Thomas Massey turning Thomas Massey into the next Kentucky senator to take over. That's what it is. That's exactly what happened. Because they knew if there was a special election in Kentucky, Thomas Massey probably would have steamrolled right into that shit and won. Even though he got kicked out of Congress because of some dirty ass politics and bullshit, he would have become the Kentucky senator, which would have been fucking hysterical, in my opinion. So now they got to pretend that Mitch McConnell's still alive as long as they can to keep Thomas Massey from being the next Kentucky senator. That's exactly what it is. Because a lot of people in Kentucky are pissed off about what happened there, and they see right through it. A lot of these people hate Donald Trump because he's a backstabbing piece of shit traitor. MAGA's done. Like, go look at these fucking MAGA ass clowns on Twitter. All the big accounts. Like Gunther Eagleman and Cat Turd and Laura Loomer and all these batshit crazy MAGA assholes. And look at the comments that people, like, the comments are like 10-1 against them. People hate these motherfuckers now. The only reason these people have followers anymore are the same reason I follow them, unfortunately, is because I want to know when Cat Turd leaves a stupid ass post so I can go be a dickhead to him in the comments. And unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword because me being a dickhead to him in the comments boosts him in the algorithm and makes his account more popular. And so he gets MAGA money because I come and be a piece of shit and call him a fat piece of shit. But he makes money because I showed up to call him a fat piece of shit. I don't get paid for that, but he does. But my numbers go up because the only way to get people to see you on X is to go to these fucking grifter accounts and comment on them so that people see your comments. And then the people who see your comments will come follow you, but they won't ever see anything that you actually post because the algorithm only shows you like 5 accounts. When you go try it yourself, go log into X, start an account, follow 500 people, and then go to the feed. Guarantee you're going to see 5 fucking accounts and that's it. You're going to follow 500 people and tell X, I want to follow these 500 people and see the stuff they post. And X is going to say, okay, here's the 5. Here's the 5 accounts that will show you. The rest, you can go to their pages and see what they post, but we're not putting them in your feed because your feed is these 5 people. Cat Turd, Laura Loomer, Gunther Eagleman, Sassafras 84, and there's some like whore that shows up, some fucking whore. I don't think she's on OnlyFans, and she's not MAGA, but she just posts pictures of herself all day and goofy ass shit like that. But she's anti-Trump and she's on like our team, but all she does is try to get attention from simps, and it's on my feed. So there's like 5 accounts every fucking goddamn time I log in. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these feeds. And, I was talking about what needs to change. And because I was talking about back when you had to pay to watch porn, but news media was free and you could read any newspaper in the world any day of the week. But you had to pay money to watch porn. But now everything is flipped. There's no fucking newspaper that you can go read anymore. They all come, it's a bunch of fucking pop-up ads and viruses on your computer and a big screen coming up saying you got to, who the fuck is going to subscribe to any of these garbage ass newspapers, websites? Like, you think I'm going to pay $20 a month to read the New York Times? Get the fuck, like, really? Fuck you. I would rather pay $20 a month for an OnlyFans whore, and I'm not even going to pay for that. But I would pay $20 a month to see a naked chick before I would pay to read the fucking New York Times. So that's why the news media is dying, because nobody's going to fucking pay for that bullshit. And but back in the day, the internet used to be free and open. The people that you followed and wanted to follow and wanted to learn about, you were free and open to learn about them. They showed up in Google. Google was like the first consolidator to take all the disparate parts of the internet and put it in one place for you to find all of it. Then we moved into these closed ecosystems like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. MySpace was, the precursor to all that, et cetera, et cetera. And problem is that made it easy for people. But instead of a decentralized system where anybody could be somebody, now you're allowing corporate oligarchs once again to pick and choose the winners and the losers based on who they want to see. They're picking who they want you to see, and that's why I don't get any followers on YouTube, no matter what I do. My subscriber count has been locked at the exact same number for over 22 months straight. Not one single new subscriber in 22 months. Yet, all of you people are here right now watching. Think about that. But it's we used to have a free and open internet, but the problem was I'm just looking for my notes here. We had a free and open internet, but the problem was it wasn't easy to use. Grandma and grandpa didn't know how to make a fucking website, get it showing up on Google. You had to know some shit. You couldn't just go on Facebook and make it, just hit upload and put your pictures of your grandkids up. It wasn't really, it wasn't that easy back in the day. But we basically need the best of both worlds. We need to go back to a decentralized internet, but it needs to be simple. It needs to be something that grandma and grandpa can figure out and set up an account themselves without the grandkids having to show them how to do it. Either that or the boomers just need to fucking go away. Either one. Go to the nursing home. Fucking, but like, let Gen X and the gang take over. We don't need people that are 150 years old in Congress and the Senate and the White House anymore. Haven't we seen enough Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, like all these crippled old fucking douchebags need to just go to the nursing home. Get the fuck out of the government. How do we defeat this? How do we get back to a system where anybody can say whatever they want and anybody who wants to follow them can follow them and see what those people have to say? It's not going to be YouTube. It's not going to be Facebook. It's not going to be Instagram or X or any other platform that's controlled by a central company with a pyramid structure where people in an office get to decide what happens. It don't matter what the fuck. Fine. X is for the Republicans. Facebook is for the Democrats. Who gives a fuck? They both suck. They both fucking suck. But you're going to need to remove the middleman. It's basically going to have to be some sort of system that's like you're holding the system in your hand. Your phone is your link to the world. Everybody has a phone number. You can call anybody if you know their phone number, and they can call you if they know your phone number. Text messages, that kind of thing. The phone company can't just block you from having a phone number because they don't like what you have to say. They can't tell your friends that they're not allowed to call you. So we need something that's kind of like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok that anybody can be a part of and sign up for. But there's no ruling authority that has control over it. So, like, anybody can start a WordPress website. I build WordPress websites for clients. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of web hosting companies where I can put a WordPress website up for somebody. I could even set up my own server, physical hardware, and serve those websites myself. But that's not easy to do. That's not like that's not like signing up for Facebook. That's not like signing up for X or signing up for an Instagram account or whatever. Grandma and grandpa aren't going to be able to figure that out. We do have a start out there. We have this thing called Mastodon. It's open source. It's a social media platform that you can download all the source files and start up your own social media server, and then your server can talk to all the other servers out there, and there's thousands of them. But it's decentralized, but not really, because it's the ultra liberal crowd, the militant liberals run all of the servers. And they all get together, and the censorship is actually worse on these Mastodon sites. All these social media sites that are powered by this Mastodon open source software are all run by the ultra Nazi liberals that run Reddit and those kind of people. So the censorship is even worse. And so even though it's a decentralized idea, it can still be controlled by groups of people that have the power to shut you off and to block your server from talking to the other servers, et cetera, et cetera. And how can something like this grow if nobody can make a profit from it, right? How can you build something that can compete with Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all these platforms if there's no way to monetize it and make money from it? Who's going to be motivated to build something that complex if they can't make a living by doing it? Elon Musk had to spend like $50 billion to buy Twitter. And he's the only motherfucker on earth who could even do something like that at this point. Do you have any idea what it would cost to compete? Rumble is the closest competitor to YouTube. And there's like, I don't know, 20 billion people on YouTube. I know that's more than the population of the earth, but I'm just making up numbers because I don't want to look it up. There's like 20 billion people on fucking YouTube, and there's like 1 million people on Rumble. Do you understand? For every one person on Rumble, there's like 10 million YouTube users. And Rumble is number 2 in the video marketplace of the internet. And they can't even build something that... Do you understand? Trillions of dollars, the entire GDP of a nation would be necessary to compete with YouTube on that level. So I don't even know how this could happen, but it needs to happen. You know, imagine holding a phone in your hand that's not tied to a phone company. You buy a device, a phone, a cell phone, a smartphone. You buy the device. It's a little computer in your hand. And then you choose who's going to be your internet. You're going to choose the service. The phone, all the phones right now are tied. You buy a phone from AT&T, it's locked and it's tied to that account. If you owe money like if you buy the phone with a payment plan, right? You can't just go to T-Mobile and take that phone with you. Your phone's going to be locked. You got to pay AT&T for the whatever you still owe them for the phone. I have a laptop. I'm not required to use my MacBook on AT&T's internet or T-Mobile's internet or Comcast internet or some other fly-by-night fiber optic or some sort of cable internet company. I could plug a fucking dial-up modem into it and get on the fucking internet. That's what we need for these devices that we hold in our hand. We need the same level of freedom that we have with the laptops and computers. And they're trying to go the other way with the computers. They're trying to lock our computers down to like our phones are locked down. But people who use the computers all day to do their work and shit really aren't going to fucking go with it. Like, I'm not going to fucking scan my driver's license to use my fucking laptop. You can go eat a dick. We're going to have, if that's what they're going to do, I'll be using old shit till the day I'll be using a beat up old Mac till I fucking die if they do that. No, I mean, nobody's going to go for that. We'll all be using Linux. We'll all be like, we're not doing it. People who type on keyboards and use actual computers, we're not going down the path of the way these phones are locked down and jailed up. Why do you think they call it jailbreaking an iPhone? Because it's in jail when you buy the fucking phone. So imagine just having a device like that, but it's not in jail. You can install whatever fucking software you want on it. Connect it to whatever internet service you want to connect it to. Use it just like you use a phone. Make calls, do all the things. But you're not tied to AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, any of these shitty-ass companies anymore. You can just use it however you want to fucking use it. Nobody can delete your data. You can't delete anybody else. You can contact whoever you want. They can contact you. If your internet service provider bans you, there's 1,000 others to pick from. Go with them. Comcast says you can't be with us anymore. Fine, go to Starlink. Go to AT&T. Go to Verizon, T-Mobile, Time Warner, whoever the fuck. We could pass more laws that are like the phone company's laws where the phone company can't disconnect your phone account because they don't like who you talk to. AT&T can't shut off your phone account because they found out you talked to Trump supporters and they don't like Trump. They can kick you off Facebook. They can kick you off social media. They did. How many people got kicked off of YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and all these places because they liked Donald Trump and supported Donald Trump? The phone company can't disconnect your phone because of who you supported politically. So we could pass laws that say they can't kick you off of social media. They can't kick you off these platforms for your political beliefs or, they could pass laws that force these companies to give you the same freedom of speech that you would have in the public square. They won't because of lobbyists, but they can. We're going the opposite direction. We see people losing their bank accounts because of political speech. I've seen it a million times. But we really need to figure out something as a society to break this monopoly of these giant control mechanisms to give us freedom and put freedom back in our own hands. And it's going to take some smart motherfucker from the ground level up who's got too much time on his or her hands, making no money, just doing it for the good of the world, because that's what it's going to take to get this off the ground. It'll be something, whatever it is, it'll be just as revolutionary as the internet itself was, and it won't grow overnight. It'll be something that a bunch of nerds play around with that nobody takes seriously, like the internet was in the 80s and early 90s. The internet was there, but it was just a bunch of fucking nerds fucking around with their computers. Nobody else was using it for anything. It was just a bunch of dorks. Now look at it. Now you can't fucking live your life without it. How long did it take before people trusted shopping on the internet? People would order shit through a mail order catalog by sending a check through the mail to a company to order something and wait 10 fucking weeks for it to be delivered to your house. But they wouldn't trust the internet to enter a credit card number in on a shopping website. And now nobody wants to go to the fucking store anymore because you can buy it all on Amazon. So these things, like, something can happen. It does feel hopeless right now. It really does. When you look at the evolution of tech, you can see the good and the bad. Flock cameras are bad, but some tech is good, right? And we have a lot of things that could be the basis of this new paradigm that we need to move into. You got the dark web. which is kind of along the lines, the onion browser, the dark web, and all the shit on there that you can find yourself getting involved with. But once again, that's not for the normies. It's for the dorks. It's for the nerds that know how to use all that shit. Or criminals that, whatever comes along to uproot the stranglehold that these tech giants have over us and over the information and the media, whatever it is, eventually has to be so fucking easy that grandma and grandpa can figure out how to set it up and use it. It's got to be that easy, or the masses won't do it. Nobody will leave YouTube to go watch a video on Rumble. Why? Because the video's on YouTube. So if most people who are on YouTube, when they get kicked off YouTube and they disappear, 99% of their audience won't go watch them on Rumble because it's not on YouTube anymore. And they're too lazy to go look at another app. You know what I mean? That's how fucking lazy people are. They won't do it. They can. They won't. They won't. It has to be that fucking easy or people won't do it. Period. But the network, whatever it is, this decentralized shit that we come up with, it has to exist in a way that it can't be shut off. Like, let's take email, for example. I have an email list. You can go to links.litgood.com. And if you go to litgood.com, there's a link right on my website. You can sign up for my mailing list. And then I have your email address that you give me. We can stay in touch forever. If I have your email address, we'll always be able to communicate. Why? Because you can't shut that off. It's impossible to shut off email. You could take my domain name away. You could take my Gmail account away from me. You could take all of my email accounts that I currently have. You could take them all away from me right now. 5 minutes later, I can have new email accounts and I can email all of you and say, here's my new email address. If they kick you off YouTube, you're gone. You have to go to Rumble. You have to go to BitChute. You have to go to all these other platforms where nobody's going to come and find you. But if they take away my email, I can just be like, I've got your email addresses. I could just be like, set up a new email account. I can send you all an email and say, hey, this is my new email account. Follow me here. It's like changing a phone number. You know what I mean? They can't block me from communicating with you if I have an email address to reach you with. But they can shut me off YouTube. They can shut me off Facebook. They can turn me off of X. They can shut down every other form of these centralized communications. They can kick you off. They can put you in jail. But they can't stop you from sending an email. I could have, if I had an email list while I was in jail, I'd be able to email all of you. But it would have required me having help on the outside. But I could have set up a recipient email account so that when I send an email from the jail to that email account would automatically blast it out to all the people on the chain. So like if I had all your email accounts, I could literally, if I was in jail, I would pretty easily be able to send you all an email and say, hey, I'm in jail. All right, let's see. We're going to do that. Come on. We'll try that. All right. So anyway, we're putting Mike Stevens in timeout. Why? Because fuck you. Because I can. Why does a dog lick his own balls? Because he can. That's why. So, just perfect example. You can block him from being a dick on the fucking YouTube chat, that quick. But if he had my email address, he can send me a bunch of fucking emails and it be harder to fucking block. So it is what it is. It's a perfect example. Your own website, having your own website is another tool. You know, I recommend that to anybody. They can shut your website off, but if you're building a website on like GoDaddy, Site Builder, Wix, Squarespace, one of these build your own websites with no code nonsense, then they own your website. They can shut your website down if they don't like it, and you lose everything. There's no files to back up. There's no content. It's over. Game over. But if you build your own website, whether you use WordPress, Joomla, there's a bunch of other platforms, or you just write straight up HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and put files somewhere to make a website out of it manually, old school, you have a website that anybody can go and see. And if your web host decides they don't like your free speech, you can go put it up on another server and have your domain name pointed there within 10 minutes. And your website's back up and running and you're all good again. They tried shutting Amazon Web Services, shut off that Parler social media app. So they put it up on another platform and relaunched. If you have the files, the database, and all the assets for your website in your possession, then you can pick and choose where you put it, and they can't shut you down. They can't turn it off. It's not like Facebook where they can just go goodbye and you're gone. Your web host, your ISP, they could delete your web, and they could lock you out of your account and take your website down. You just go, there's 1,000 other places you can put it back up. Type in a couple of numbers to your DNS, boom, it's back up and running again 5 minutes later. It's fast. We need something that kind of works like that. Something that you control, something that you can put up your own content and share. But we need kind of like a central place where you can see what everybody else is doing, and like a kind of like a Facebook where you can follow your friends and you can interact with people. But it's not controlled by some central fucking person or authority or a bunch of militant leftists or a bunch of MAGA douchebags or whoever is in charge of it. There is nobody in charge because it's just a network at this point. They can't stop you from having your own website. They can't. Are you going to tell me that all 20,000 web hosting companies in existence in America, or however many there are, will all block you from uploading your website to their platform? You're going to find somebody who will let you have a website. You bring the files, you pay them the fee, your website goes live. It's not, but that's not for grandma and grandpa. It takes a little bit more. I mean, if I was a grandpa, I'd be able to do it, but it's not, the boomers can't figure that shit out. They need us. They need Gen X and the millennials and the Gen Zs to do that for them. We need something that the boomers can do. They can sign up for a Facebook account, and half the time they got to ask their kids how to do that. So, but basically we need some sort of central hub that works kind of like Facebook, that works kind of like YouTube, but the feed on a decentralized thing would be like old school feed, where you follow these 50 people and you go to your feed and those 50 people show up in the order that they posted shit. So if this person posted something this morning and this person posted something 10 minutes ago, etc., it'd all be in that order. It's not some bullshit algorithm or some central authority going, here are the 5 accounts we're going to let you see, like they do on X. Or the YouTube algorithm that decides what you want to see. I follow at least 1,000 fucking channels on YouTube, and I see like 8 when I log in. My feed is the same shit every fucking day. It's really hard to get the algorithm to start showing you different things. YouTube at least has the subscribers button or the subscriptions button or whatever, where you can see the people that you subscribe to and the stuff they post, which is different than the actual home feed. But even that don't show you the shit that you subscribe to. They block that. They block people from showing up there. They block people they don't want you to see from showing up in that list. We need something that's a list. Here are the 50 people I follow. Here's the shit they posted. That's it. If there's going to be an algorithmic version of that picks and chooses based on your preferences, you should have the authority to configure those preferences. To tell it, hey, don't block this person. I want to see this person. Don't, here's the subject matter I'm interested in right now. Show me what you got. Show me new people, etc. Like, we need something that ties it all together. But we need something that where your content isn't held hostage on one company's server, and there's a central hub that you can go to that's not dependent on one, that like one company doesn't own it, with an algorithm that they control. It all needs to be some decentralized thing, and I think we'll get there. I don't really have any hope in humanity. I think we're all going down the fucking toilet, to be honest. I don't think we have a chance in hell. I think we're living in a prison planet that's just going to keep getting worse as time marches on. But we have the capability as a society to do these things, to fight back against the people setting up these fucking flock cameras and trying to create a goddamn electronic prison planet around us. Tech-wise, it needs to be done in such a way that you don't need a 150-acre data center or $50 billion to build it and make it work. It won't get done if that's what we need. In fact, the more private infrastructure required for the system itself, the less likely it'll work. It almost needs to work on individual devices or servers and computers that are small enough that mom and pop can set them up. Clusters. It kind of needs to work the same way that big websites work right now. Facebook isn't on one server. There's probably 20,000 fucking physical locations where Facebook lives. And it's a complete copy of Facebook in all 20,000 locations that are all synchronized with each other or synchronizing with each other on a regular basis, regional and all that. Like, we need that kind of a decentralized thing where your content lives on you control your own content, but it's out there too, and you control that too. So that if you lost your device, you don't lose your shit, et cetera, et cetera. Like the Bitcoin model, like this. Now, I'm not saying Bitcoin is freedom and all the things that they say it is. I think it's the opposite. I think they called it a blockchain for a reason, just like they call the flock camera a flock camera because it's used to control you dumb fucking sheep. The flock of sheep. They call Bitcoin the blockchain because it's a block and chain. A block and chain is what they would put on you in prison. The big cannonball thing with the chain coming off of it that clamps to your fucking ankle while you're out breaking rocks at the railroad doing your prison job. That's a block and chain. That's to keep you enslaved. That's why they called it the blockchain. They even called it in Star Wars the Imperial money system. The Imperial credits is all based on something called a chain code. Every citizen of the Galactic Empire had to have a chain code in order to be able to get galactic credits and buy and sell. The mark of the beast. It was called a chain code. A blockchain code. I mean, the whole thing, they're just fucking laughing at you. But like the stuff that exists right now that's kind of moving in that direction, these decentralized open source software platforms like Mastodon, they're not really free and open. Gab. I worked for Gab. I helped them rebuild their app. They decided to use Mastodon to build the new version of Gab because they were banned from the Apple App Store, the Android App Store. And so the app stores turned around and banned any app that was a Mastodon app that would allow you to connect to Gab through the Mastodon app. And then the militant leftists that control Mastodon servers, they all got together and blocked Gab from being able to talk to any other server on Mastodon's network. And so they censored it even more than it was already being censored. Now, Mastodon has total, out of all the Mastodon servers out there and the platforms built with this thing that all talk to each other and whatnot, they have about 2 million active users, okay? Total. All of Mastodon, the decentralized social media network run by the militant left, has about 2 million active users. For comparison, fucking Cat Turd on X has 4 million followers right now. Cat Turd has twice as many users as all of Mastodon. The entire decentralized internet of social media has half the number of people using it than Cat Turd has followers on X. So that, I mean, it's not going anywhere. You know, that's all. The 2 million people across the whole fucking internet are using Mastodon in some way, shape, or form, and Cat Turd has twice as many followers as that on X. That just tells you everything you need to know. Nobody's on Mastodon. Nobody's fucking using it. Bunch of militant leftist dickbags from Reddit who decided to set up their own walled gardens so that they can be even more censorship riddled and more militant than they already were. There's another platform called Blue Sky. Now, not the Blue Sky that hangs out with us on the channel, but there's a platform out there called Blue Sky. I think it's one of the, no, Meta got, it's basically just a bunch of militant leftist dickbags. But the platform Blue Sky claims to be part of this decentralization movement. But if you show up to Blue Sky wearing a red hat, you're going to get banned within 5 minutes. And you don't even have to say anything that crazy to get banned. You could probably put up a profile picture in a MAGA hat and you're done. It's over. You can get kicked off of Blue Sky faster than Reddit. So that's not free and open, decentralized internet at all. So we really need to think beyond this box, these walled gardens, these decentralized systems that they say are decentralized are still walled gardens, but the walls might be a little bit lower and there's tunnels connecting these gardens together. But what we really need is something that you can hold in your own hand physically and control what's on it and what other people see. And they can see you and you can see them. And there's nobody in the way to tell you what you can and can't say to each other. That's what we need. And we don't have that. We have phone numbers. Anybody with my phone number can call me and say whatever the fuck they want. And I can call them and say whatever the fuck I want. Anywhere in the world. But what's missing is like the yellow pages, right? The phone book that ties it all together. And that's what these social media platforms are. It's a directory. It's a Facebook. They called it Facebook. It's a book of faces. It's the yellow pages. It's a phone book with Facebook, phone book. That's what it was. It's supposed to be a directory where you can find your friends, connect with them and say, hey, let's hang out online. Yeah, okay. Hey, here's some pictures from the beach last weekend. Oh, yeah, here's what I had for dinner last night. That's what it was. Now it's just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And you can't connect with your friends anymore. So we need to go back to like the Facebook concept of here's a directory of everybody who's on it. Hey, I know you. Let's hang out. Want to see what I had for dinner yesterday? Hey, here's pictures from the beach. Hey, here's I got a new job. Check this out. Oh, I did this painting yesterday. I took these photographs on my vacation last week. Here's a bunch of photographs I've got for sale. Here's my YouTube channel. Blah blah blah. This and that. Whatever you want to say, whatever they want to hear, they can block you. They can be friends with you. They can turn that on and off. Whatever. They choose. I choose. You choose. Mark Zuckerberg don't have a fucking say in it. That's what we need. We got to get rid of Mark Zuckerberg. We got to get rid of Elon Musk. I don't mean take them out. I mean get them out of the fucking way. We got to stop letting these fucking bags of shit decide who gets to talk to who and take them out of the... We got to get rid of the middleman and have the directory, the Facebook, whatever it's called, where you go and you find the people and then you can post shit to and from it, but it doesn't sit on it. It's out there. And this thing just ties it all together. I don't know how to build that shit. So, you know what I mean? It kind of has to work like websites work. DNS. The only thing, what a domain name service is, DNS, is every website out there has an IP address. It's just like a phone number, except it's 192.168.1.1 or some other fucking combination of numbers. Every website has one. Every web server has one. Every device on the internet has one. It's just like a phone number. It's how all the shit talks to each other. But www.litgood.com, donate.litgood.com, you want to throw money in the chicken bucket. How do we know when you type that shit in, how does the internet know where to take you? Because of DNS, domain name services. Those are the services that tie the domain name that you bought to the IP address that it goes to. That's also why if I'm hosting my website with company A and they don't like my free speech and they shut me down, I go to company B and my website domain name will still point to company B because I can log into my domain name record and change the IP address to point to the new server. Done. It's a little bit of skill. It's not hard. Anybody can figure it out, but it's not like grandma and grandpa can do it. But we basically need DNS for the common man, for grandma and grandpa. The Facebook approach. Like, we basically need a directory where you can go in and be there. People can find you. You can connect. You can have your feed. You can see what everybody's up to that you want to connect with all at once, just like social media did. But it's not controlled by this zit-faced dickhead, Mark Zuckerberg, or Jack Dorsey, or Elon Musk, or any of these fucking ass clowns. There's nobody in charge of it. Because there's thousands of companies and thousands of servers that control all of this. And DNS is like that. You can buy a domain name from GoDaddy, from Google, from Cloudflare, and 100 other companies. And you can take your domain name. If Google shut off your domain name because they don't like your freedom of speech, you can take it back and you can go put it on Cloudflare. And like legally, you have legal rights to take your domain name with you. They've passed laws for that. A company cannot hold your domain name hostage because you bought your domain, whatever the fuck.com from Google, and Google shuts off your DNS because they don't like you. Fine, you go to GoDaddy, put it up there, put it up on Cloudflare, put it up on Network Solutions and 1,000 other different places where you can park your domain name and have it point to some place. And all the DNS servers across the internet will synchronize with that. And that's how computers figure out where the fuck your website is when they type in that domain name. It's like a phone book. But there's no Ma Bell. There's no phone company controlling the phone book. The phone book itself of all the internet sites is like an open source database that's updated all the fucking time. And it's not controlled by one company. That's the point. We basically need like the DNS of Facebook, where it's not controlled by one place, but anybody can be a part of it. And there's nothing like Google can't just shut you off because they don't like you, because there's 1,000 servers with that information. So they can't block people from coming to see you, and you can't be blocked by going to go see them. That's what we need. I don't know like what it is or how this would work. When you build a website, like I said, I build client websites with WordPress. My client owns the website and everything on it. If the web hosting doesn't like what you have to say and they kick you off, I have all the files and everything needed to get that website up and running. I put it up on another server. Boom, it's back up and running. That's what we need. That's what we need for the social media, or whatever we're going to call it. The way that we communicate with each other openly and freely and find each other and know that we're out there and we all connect, and we don't have this central authority dictating who gets to talk to who and who gets to see who. That's what we need. Media servers, Netflix, decentralization. We all have the capability. There are 10 different apps out there that you can download tens of thousands of movies for free. I'm not going to tell you how to do that, but it can be done. And then you can set up your own Netflix server and allow all of your friends to sign into your Netflix server and watch all of your movies while they set up their own Netflix server, and you can log in and watch all of their movies. And you don't need Netflix anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this is possible. This is real shit. You can do it today. It's not easy to do. Grandma and grandpa boomers aren't going to be able to do it. But if you're Gen X, if you're young, if you know how to use a fucking computer, you can do it. We already have the stuff to do this. What needs to be done to make the internet free and open again? But we don't have the buy-in, and we don't have grandma and grandpa signing up for it. Mastodon, I just talked about that. They've been around for 10 years, and they've got 2 million users in 10 years. Nobody knows what the fuck, and nobody knows what it is. If I went into the bakery tomorrow and started talking about Mastodon, not one single person that works there would know what the fuck I'm talking about out of 20 some odd people there. But they all know what Threads is. They all know about Threads. They know about Blue Sky and all these other social media apps, even the brand new ones that have been out for like 6 months. They know about it. An app could be 3 months old and they know, the trendies know what the fuck it is and what it does. But like I said, Mastodon's been around for 10 fucking years and nobody has a clue. And that Mastodon, that's called the Fediverse, if you want to, it's a federated universe of servers that talk. It's called the Fediverse. It's a network of independent servers that each set their own rules, and server owners can block users, ban users, and block other servers. It's decentralization, but it means that you're giving control to the local people who run the servers. I can set up a Mastodon server. You could all be part of my social media platform. I could call it adamsfuckingcoolkidsclub.com, and you could all come and be just like signing up for Facebook, and you can all have an account. And then you can talk to all these other Mastodon accounts until they find out we're too cool, and then they all start blocking us from being able to talk to them. Um, there's a Reddit thread I read. Somebody was like, this might be unpopular, but where can I find servers that allow free speech on the Fediverse? I find the Mastodon ethic far too progressive and got banned within hours. No, I'm not a Nazi, nor am I a fan of Gab. I just want some place where I can have an honest discussion without triggering the mods to ban me. I'm struggling to find any info on servers that are available that don't apply the current progressive militant censorship approach. I understand this will mean I likely end up on a server that isn't permitted on Mastodon.social, which is the central Facebook hub of Mastodon. You'll get banned from, your server will get banned from that list, so nobody will know you're there. But I don't mind as long as it has adults and it isn't Gab or a Nazi hive like X. X is worse than Gab now. I see more N-words and Jew jokes on Gab or on X than I ever saw on Gab. So I see hook-nosed Jew memes 1,000 times a day on X, way more than I ever saw on Gab. So just putting it out there. Here are the replies. The first reply was some Nazi militant leftist who wants to take bets on what he wanted to have an honest discussion about. They already shot him down. This guy shows up on Reddit asking if there's a fucking Mastodon server that I can join where people can have open discussions, and everybody on Reddit called him a fucking Nazi, and then they banned him from Reddit. That's who controls the free speech universe for the decentralized, free, and open speech right now. So that's not going to work. That's like if you put Cat Turd in charge of freedom of speech on the internet. The only people who would be allowed to talk are MAGA, red hat wearing MAGA retards. We can't put this shit in charge. We can't put these fucking dickbags in charge of freedom of speech. In fact, in order to have freedom of speech, you can't put anybody in charge of that. You can't put somebody in. If somebody's in charge of the freedom of speech, then you don't have freedom of speech. That's the fucking point. That's the point. You said it's like Moonshine Fuel says it's kind of like Bitcoin. Yes, it is. That's why I said I used it as an example. Bitcoin is immutable. You can't mute it. Exactly. It's public knowledge. But see, the problem with Bitcoin is it's not private. It's private as long as you're using Bitcoins and you're exchanging it with other Bitcoin holders. The transactions are all on the blockchain and it's public. It's out there. It can be traced. I can't pay my rent with a fucking Bitcoin. I can't buy groceries with a fucking Bitcoin. What do you have? If you need to use a Bitcoin for some shit, what do you got to do? You got to turn it into dollars. That's where they get you. As soon as you turn your Bitcoin into a dollar, fuck, it's not private anymore, is it? They got the record. They know who you are. They know your Bitcoin wallet. They know everything about you now. So it's not. It's anonymous and free and can't be fucking shut off as long as you're exchanging Bitcoins with each other. Here, I'll buy your thing for a bunch of Bitcoins. You pay me, like if I built a bunch of websites for people and got paid with Bitcoins, and then I paid my rent with a Bitcoin, and then I went and bought groceries at the grocery store with Bitcoin, we're safe, generally speaking. But I got to pay for shit with dollars. I got to pay my rent with dollars. I got to pay my fucking grocery bill with dollars. So even if I had some Bitcoins, I got to turn the Bitcoins into dollars. Boom, gotcha. As soon as you turn those Bitcoins into dollar bills, shit's over. They know who you are. They know every fucking thing that you've done. They know everything that you've bought. They got you by the balls. That's why I'm calling it a block and chain. Because it is kind of like the mark of the beast. Because it's a fucking money system that's every single transaction is public knowledge. It's on a public fucking database. Every transaction on the blockchain is public. There is no private transaction. And they will have it so that you can't buy or sell if you don't fucking get on the block and chain. And then everything you do is tracked and traceable and public knowledge to everybody else. So you can't go buy a bag of weed with a Bitcoin and not, they know who you are. They know who you paid, and they know that person. They got your text messages. Hey, I need a Happy Meal. They got the Bitcoin transaction when you go to pick up the Happy Meal. They got the flock camera. They got your license plate when you met up with the guy to get the fucking Happy Meal. It's game over. So it's good and bad, right? It's good and bad. But we need a decentralized internet where we can all talk and share ideas and communicate with each other and have video chats and live streams and whatever the fuck else we want to do, where people can discover each other through organic search results that bring up results based on what's out there, not based on what some fucking algorithm or what Jeff Bezos decided he wanted you to fucking see today. But what's out there, how Google used to work, not how Google is today. You know, don't be evil. Now their slogan is be evil. They got rid of the word don't when they changed their slogan. Don't be evil. No, wait a minute. No, be evil. That's what we are now. It is what it is. You know, Mastodon, the decentralized internet. If you're using Mastodon, what is the PeerTube? There's a decentralized YouTube called PeerTube. So I could set up a YouTube server, a video server for all of you and all of us. We could post videos there and whatever, and they could talk to other video servers and blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like BitChute, Rumble, whatever. Nobody's going to fucking come. If you build it, they won't come because, you know, everybody's on YouTube. It's got to be easy as fuck for somebody to set up their own video platform. It's got to be easier to do than YouTube. I don't know how to build any of this shit. But my expertise in user experience design, I definitely know what it would have to be in order for grandma and grandpa to sign up for it and use it. Grandma and grandpa, I see 90-year-old ladies starting YouTube accounts and doing pretty well. I mean, I was in a YouTube meeting with one of them, this like 80, 90-year-old lady that does crochet videos or whatever. I talked to her for a minute. If she can figure out how to set up a YouTube account, upload videos, and start doing a crochet knitting channel on YouTube, that's what I'm talking about. If the decentralized video platform is not set up in such a way that 90-year-old grandma with the crochet videos can figure out how to use it, nobody will fucking do it. Nobody will do it. And so that's the thing, that like whatever we do come up with has to be that easy to do. And if it's easier from a user experience standpoint, if it's easier than YouTube, oh, game over. But it's the user experience that will make or break it. That's how Facebook took over MySpace. MySpace was a complete and total fucking shit show. Facebook had a clean, elegant user interface design that was simple, easy to use. Everybody's profile looked the same. There wasn't a bunch of bullshit HTML customizations put together by people who shouldn't be touching code at all. You know, how many times did you go to a MySpace page and you got greeted by a zebra stripe background pattern with yellow cursive text, 6 fucking videos that all start playing at once, and 3 songs, and then your web browser crashed and your computer froze and you got the blue screen of death and you had to restart your fucking computer, and you're like, I'm never going to that fucking person's MySpace page ever again. Fuck that. I'm not even friends with them anymore. That's why MySpace died. Because Facebook came around, everybody has the same page. Their posts look the same. The feed looks the same. Your MySpace page or your Facebook page looks the same as grandma's, as Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook page looked the same as yours and everybody else's. There was no fucking, it was all about the user interface design being clean, fast loading, easy to use, a good user experience design. And MySpace died in what, 3 months? MySpace was dead. That fucking dude, Tom, that started MySpace, they gave him $4 billion. And he was like, peace out, bitches. And MySpace was dead. 3 months later, everybody was gone. It was a digital wasteland. That he is my fucking hero. He took that $4 billion and disappeared off the face of the fucking earth. He got completely out of social media. I'm not starting a fucking business ever again. I'm just going to go travel the world, take pictures, party, and have a good life. Fuck all you motherfuckers. Good luck. Here's my piece of shit MySpace. Thanks for the $4 billion. Good luck, motherfuckers. And it's dead 3 months later, and Facebook took over. But Facebook took over because of user experience design. It didn't have anything to do with anything else. It was because grandma and grandpa could set up a fucking Facebook account in 10 minutes and start looking at pictures of the grandkids without the kids having to tell grandma how to do it. That's why. Grandma couldn't figure out how to start up a MySpace page. Grandma could figure out how to get on Facebook. That's why they killed it. That's why they completely destroyed the fucking internet when they came out. They took down every other social media platform in existence and became their own thing. And then YouTube did the same thing with video. But that's a different story. And both of them, Facebook and YouTube, were funded by the military. Google was funded by the military, DARPA. They were given all kinds of government money to create a monopoly and squeeze out any competition that would have a chance to compete, because Facebook, YouTube, Google, all these companies were allowed to grow and grow and grow and grow without ever making a dollar in profit until they became the monopoly, de facto monopoly of their slice of the internet. And then they turned around and started making a profit. They were funded into existence by the military so the military could use those platforms to gather all the shit about you to add to the 650,000 page PDF that they give you when you go to court, like they did to me, like I was talking about earlier. So, Mastodon, if that's the best we can do right now, we're fucked. It's actually more censorship and more policed than centralized social media is on X, Facebook, etc. The server administrators on Mastodon can completely cut off other servers from communicating with other servers on the network. If a server admin refuses to block a controversial third-party server like Gab, Gab.social was Gab's Mastodon interface. All the other Mastodon servers blocked Gab, turned Gab into a Mastodon island that nobody could communicate with, and it couldn't communicate with anybody else. It was an isolated island all to itself at that point. There's block lists. Gab was on all the block lists. So if you started up a Mastodon server, you could subscribe to a block list that would automatically block all of the other Mastodon servers that the militant left doesn't want you to see. You could automatically subscribe to the anti-militant left block list. There's crazy. It's not a free and open internet. That is even worse. They've somehow taken the concept of a decentralized internet and made it even worse than the centralized internet. But like I said, they've been doing it for 10 years and 2 million people use it. Cat Turd has 4 million people watching his dumbass shit on X. Mastodon's been around for 10 years. They've got 2 million users. So nobody fucking gives a fuck about Mastodon. It is what it is. So, but we got to figure something out. And that's what I'm getting at. Who knows? I'm just going, I got some notes, but I could talk about this shit all day. But we're in the 4 hours and 37 minutes on a live stream on Friday night. And you guys decided to hang out here instead of going to the bar, going to the club, partying, doing what you're supposed to do on Friday night. You're out hanging out with this cat. So I'll just say thank you for that. You didn't see any ads, whether you were on Brave browser or whatever because I turned them off. If you're late to the party, you want to watch the replay, you're gonna watch some ads. Fuck it. I make like $1.30 on a live stream after I turn the ads on. I can look at my YouTube money. So for a 4.5 hour live stream, I'll get $1.30. I get paid about $1.50 for a 5-hour live stream. Because that's all they want. That's all I'm going to get. Which is fine. Like I said, I didn't do this shit for the money. If I did, I'd be homeless again. So, but it's fun. I'm glad you all decided to come out and hang out. And we'll do this again. I don't know what the schedule is going to be moving forward. I want to get back into doing like just regular videos and doing short videos instead of these long-winded things. But we'll see what happens. And so with that, I mean, it's easy. I don't like, here's the thing, Alex, great effort going for 4 hours. Not easy. It's not hard. It's not hard. I've been doing this for so long now, I don't even care anymore. I used to get a little camera shy. Now I've reached the point I don't care. It's like going to the bar and hitting on girls and you get slapped in the face 3 times and you're like, damn, this sucks. And you go home with your head between, your tail between your legs or whatever. But you keep doing it. You keep doing it. Now I go to the bar and get slapped in the face 100 times. I'll just ask another girl out. Yeah, fuck it. I'll get slapped in the face 200 times. If girl number 201 comes home, then I win. And that's kind of how you have to be when you do this kind of crap. You just got to not care anymore. And it'll do whatever it does over time. I don't know. Time is the thing I don't have. That's the problem. I've got time. Well, I don't even want to do the live stream when I sit here to do it. I just want to go do something else. And when the clock strikes 6 and I'm talking to you guys and I'm getting your chats and we're having our conversation and whatnot, it's like I get a second wind and I'm fine with talking and I've got plenty of stuff to talk about. It just kind of falls into my lap throughout the week. Oh, that would be good to talk about. Oh, let me write down a little note about that. And all I need is a little bit of a note to trigger my mind so I don't forget certain things and I can go with it. And you could too. Anybody can do it. It's not hard. No ums and ahs. I just did. I'm better at it. I can go back to some videos back when I started doing this, and I've definitely corrected some idiosyncrasies and things, but I still have, I hate the sound of my own voice. I feel like when I hear my voice saying stuff back to myself, it sounds like I'm talking with my nose plugged. It sounds way different. Everybody's, your voice sounds different in your head than it sounds to everybody else. And when I hear my own voice, I'm like, who the hell is that fucking retard? And I'm like, oh, that's me. Because I sound fucking great in my own head. And then I hear it played back and I'm like, damn, who the hell is this idiot? He's got this weird ass voice. Oh, that's you, Adam. So I don't know a lot of radio people like Howard Stern. I don't like Howard Stern. I used to a long time ago when he was funny. But he changed his voice significantly over the years of being on the radio. He had a real high-pitched nasally voice when he was in New York City competing with Don Imus back in the day. And the longer he did his show, the deeper his voice got. And the more deeper and I can't do it, but I'm a little shot out from talking for 4 hours, but he had a different voice over the years. But it's a process of hearing yourself talk listening to your own shit coming back to you and going, oh crap. And it's got to be more of a subconscious thing that you do. Maybe he had a voice coach that helped him figure it out. But there's like things that you can do. I could probably like, you know, use a Vicks inhaler. I could do more yoga, different things to kind of open up the nasal passages or whatever. Like there's different things you can do to fix your shitty voice, but I haven't. But I do notice different things that I do and don't do that a year or two ago were different. And I definitely I don't I don't lose my train of thought as much. I don't know. It's definitely gotten better. I can feel it that like I feel a lot more comfortable if I were to go on fucking CNN or some bullshit Fox News show or something like that, and they wanted to try and make me seem like an idiot. I feel like my subconscious mind would be able to take right over and just slam them. Like I wouldn't need notes. I wouldn't need to be put, I wouldn't freeze up and not know what to say. I think I would be like, I'd be so sharp that they wouldn't be able to they wouldn't want me getting on one of those shows because I'd just put these people down. Like, I don't think that I would have to think about it or even do it consciously because I've been talking in front of the camera for so long that I'd be able to hold my own and not. And that wasn't always the case. I've had experience with the media way back in the day when I was being political and doing funny stunts and shit like that. And I didn't know how to deal with it. And I didn't do a good job. And then I'd see myself on the news that night and I'd be like, fuck, you look like an idiot. And so there's that. But anyway, I'm going to let you all go. It's like 10:45. I gotta work tomorrow and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Who knows? I'll let you know. I'll try to put up a live stream notification a day or two in advance so that you got plenty of time to know it's coming. That's what a lot of the live streamers do now. They don't really have a schedule that they follow. They just put up something that says, hey, live stream tomorrow, live stream, a day or two in advance. So I would like to say Wednesday at 6, obviously check in. I might do it, but chances are I'm just going to mix it up a little bit and try to fit it in when it fits. So with that, thanks for stopping by, and we'll hang out again soon.